And to me, it's nauseating. It's absolutely nauseating because
multiple mental health clinicians said that Derek had limited intellectual ability and was not capable of consenting.
Congratulations.
Boom. Right? Change soccer in America forever.
Hella bugs out here. Yeah, bro, I can't keep caressing my leg, boy. Trying to get freaky out here.
Your step siblings and also husband and wife.
I can't do any of that stuff.
That's right. Yeah, in fact, soccer can crawl up my asshole and die for all I care.
And that's what the kids do, but I'm a little older. I like that shirt tucked in.
Who the hell told you that would not be seen on television?
Anal sex is the process of inserting a penis into the anus of another partner.
Oh, shit.
We're here.
Oh, there we are. Welcome to the Straight Red Card. I love it that Tight Shirt Twelman is still talking about how he tucks in his shirt. You know,
I'm not like the kids. I like to tuck in my shirt and pull my pants up to my nipples.
Because he used to wear the tightest shirts possible when he played. I guess it's so people can't grab your short shirt and pull you around or whatever. If it's that super
definitely
tight.
Makes it more difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, so I get the idea, but that's where the nickname that I think you came up with that, Brett, right? Tight Shirt Twelman.
Certainly did.
He invented it. And the great thing is, dude, he knows about his nickname, which is totally hilarious. I remember giving him a thumbs up on some sort of tweet about Tight Shirt Twelman. So he knows the name. Anyhow, welcome to the Straight Red Card. Later on tonight, we will have Lawrence Dockery on. He is a soccer journalist. He's the one that asked Gregg the question,
which we'll play in just a little bit. Yes,
about his job, and he works for World Soccer Talk, and he's a referee. He's been one for 17 years, so don't hold that against him.
Maybe I want to hold my VAR conversation until we get to him.
Yeah, and we have a new sponsor tonight. Before we get to that, I'll read the turd in the background. Welcome to the Straight Red Card. Tonight, Gregg Berhalter will cement his name in U.S. men's national team lore when he gets his signature win. I believe that we will win. My wife is wet and my dick is hard. Go USA. Really. I love the commitment. How long has the turd been with us now?
Ever since you coined the name. So it's been a couple of years at least. Yeah.
A couple of years. Yeah. Whoever.
Oh my goodness. Goodness. It's almost perfect. Perfect timing.
I just had a hamburger with Duke's Mayo. Pure coincidence. Oh, well, let me welcome in our new sponsor, Dick's Mayo. Dick's Mayonnaise. There's nothing that my girl loves more after I toss her salad during lunch than a good heaping of Dick's Mayonnaise on her dressing. It's creamy, delicious, and full of protein. Dick's Mayonnaise in stores everywhere soon. We bought the rights to the name, so now we just got to find a manufacturer to create Dick's Mayonnaise.
Less of an actual sponsor, more just a self promo at that point.
I guess it is. We're sponsoring ourselves. All right. What else? What do you want to? By the way, just real quick, that whole new way of pronouncing turkey is what again? Turkey? Is that right? Turkey? I don't know. I know
turkey. Turduncan. What is it?
I don't know. I was asking you because I can't remember. Anyhow,
I think it's turducken.
Turkey, I believe. Anyhow, it's weird because when Americans go to Germany,
it's turkey, yeah.
Turkey. Okay, thank you, guacamole. When you go to Germany and you go with the Germans and you say, "Yeah, how do I get to Munich?" They don't go, "Oh, Munich, it's München, you asshole." Or when you go, you're like,
"Wow, what a southern accent that German has." watching a lot of cowboy movies and shit.
Or if you ask a German, what are the sites I need to visit when I go to Cologne? They don't go, "Oh, disgusting. It's Köln."
There you go. Pronunciation for what is that? A pronunciation for dummies?
Turkey, like a Canadian. Turkey, Turkey,
That should be a book for dummies, like the pronunciation for dummies.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Well, when you've been saying turkey for 50 years, it's really hard to all of a sudden think, okay, I got to rearrange my whole brain here. But it's not the first country to either change its name or change its pronunciation. So I'll learn. I'm old. I get it. I'm old. I'll get it down at some point. But they're out of the tournament anyhow, so it doesn't really matter, right? Anyhow, we're here. We are here, by the way, to cover Copa America live. They're doing the pre-show.
Turkey Ozer.
Turkey Ozer. Something like that. By the way, I want to congratulate Jesse for making the knockout rounds with Canada. And that's gotta really hurt. That's gotta really hurt. And by the way, Jesse Marsh is, I'm sure, somewhere deep in his soul, extremely like sticking it to you. Soccer.
Well, I think he's out there rooting for the boys in red, white, and blue, but he is sitting there saying, "Fuck you, Betty."
I'm guarantee you, because Betty kind of screwed him over. Betty had, and we've been told this by multiple sources at this point, Jesse had been pretty much been offered the job, like verbally, okay? And then he found out that he didn't have it. So there you go. I'm sure. And that's why he quoted on his last day on Jimmy's show that, you know, they kind of screwed me over. I mean, that's not exactly the words he used. They didn't treat me well, I think is what he said. That's what he meant when he said that. Not that when he came there for the interview, they played practical jokes on him. That's not what he's saying. All right. Like, he didn't like go to the bathroom and there was they put a fake snake in the toilet or something, you know?
When he sat down for his interview, there was actually a whoopee cushion.
Yeah. He sat down. It's like, or, you know, all manner of different things that could have happened. Right. Like he sat in the room for the interview and then they turn out all the lights and lock the door, you know? Hey, what the hell's going on? Let me out of here. Sorry, Jesse. We got an 8-hour interview you're going to have to go through. This is part of the mental tests. Do you have the mental fortitude?
And while Jesse was asleep, I think they dipped his hand in warm water while also putting whipped cream or shaving cream in one hand and then tickling his nose with a feather. God, it's the worst sleepover ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Laura Taft is currently on the tube, and she is the great granddaughter of President Taft, excuse me. Yeah, the fat guy who couldn't fit in the bathtub, which is a myth. It's a myth. He could fit in it. Now, squeezing him back out of it, that was the real trouble. But also, you had to have a low amount of water in there because once he got in, the water levels would rise and just shoot over the edges of the bathtub.
As water displacement is, yes, makes sense.
Also, Piers Morgan, thank you for being so annoying all day with your Ronaldo love. Holy crap on X. I mean, I didn't know that Piers Morgan had this big heart on for Ronaldo. Anyhow, the Portuguese did get through it on penalty kicks today, so I guess congrats to them. It was a really close game. They're lucky to get out of that. And then, you know, greedy Ronaldo had to take every free kick and every big moment, and he nearly cried when he missed the penalty kick during the game. But he got his goal during the PKs to settle the tie. So I guess it all ends well.
Did Morgan's comment kind of sound like the meme, the "Hello, fellow kids" meme?
I don't know what that is, Brett.
So it's an older. I mean, it's Steve Buscemi.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He's got the skateboard and he's like, "Hello, fellow kids."
Yes.
But that meme is like the somebody who's not something trying to pretend they're something.
Does Steve
Does it sound like an actual? Does Pierce sound like an actual soccer fan who's rooting for Ronaldo, or is he just sort of saying like, "Hey, look, I'm talking about Ronaldo now"? Wee.
No, he talks about soccer constantly on X.
That's fair.
That's why I started following him. Just because he was talking about the English national team all the time, and you know, why aren't we better, or why aren't we doing better? Southgate, I just had a one-word answer for him. Southgate, or I could have just put Gareth. My mom's really funny this weekend. We're watching England play. She says, "Oh my God," about Gareth. She's like, "That's the most English-looking dude I've ever seen." Yeah, big ass teeth. Anyhow, no offense to any English people out there.
Indeed.
Somebody was asking.
Massive underbite too. Yeah.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean, he's not an attractive man. He's not an attractive man. Wellington was actually a very good-looking man. I mean, he had the pointy nose, but he was most of the caricatures of him from his time, i.e., the paintings or whatever. He looks pretty English. I'll give you that, but he's not actually English. I believe he was born Welsh. I might be wrong about that, but I believe he was born in Wales.
Niles Buzz Killington. That's what I was kind of going with when I said Wellington, but yeah.
Wellington.
The Family Guy.
Yeah. Well, that's
Buzz Killington. Can't quite get the jaw out as well as Buzz does, but.
Well, you sound like that actor when you do that. The Scottish guy who used to slap his women. He's dead now.
Why can't think of his name right now?
Famous actor.
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery. There you go.
In my day, all we had was a jetpack.
Exactly.
A leather glove. I'm going more for the caricature of Saturday Night Live's Sean Connery than actual Sean Connery.
Right. Also, Jules Breach, I believe that's her name, who hosts the desk for the Euros, has the most chalk, screeching, hard to listen to and endure voice in the most poshest Queen's English worst way I can possibly express. And it's not just me, it's my whole family this weekend. We were all over at my parents. We're all watching. We just can't stand her voice. It's just, get someone else, please. It's so hard to listen.
Is this sort of like, is Catherine sort of like who you were talking about, like that type of tone?
No,
I'm talking about. And I came to
Catherine Hepburn sounds more like RFK Jr. I mean, honestly, she does. And I don't know if it's because she had a vocal problem or a vocal whatever as she got older. I'm probably going to get it too.
Catherine was her way of speech was very, very posh and proper.
It was posh and proper Americana, right?
Yeah, sure, that's fair.
Yeah, but it's the kind of Americana that doesn't exist anymore, right? That whole way of speaking, it's gone. Like people used to really genuinely talk like that.
Well, and going back to the 40s radio commercials too. Nobody talks like that anymore either.
Right. That's Babe Ruth. Yeah, Babe Ruth's on first base. Now the pitcher winds up, and he's throwing home. He's throwing home. Oh my God! The third base. He just stole it from third base. I mean, people don't talk like that anymore. Everything has evolved into sort of a Midwest Americana.
There instead it is. It's called transatlantic accent. That's what it's called.
Transatlantic. Thank you, Justin Stern. I should know these things. I studied all these, but I forgot all the names for most of them since college. Sorry. All right. That's all I got, Brett.
Fine. Let's bounce into some of the videos I got because we got like 30 minutes until game time, so we got to hammer through this. So this is the video clip of Lawrence asking a question. Greg appears to be confused that Lawrence is even asking a question.
Well, he didn't expect or want Lawrence to ask the question
because
yes. So it was announced who was going to ask the question.
Yeah.
Just giving you some background here. He knew it was coming from World Soccer Talk, who, by the way, has been in written critical articles of U.S. soccer and Gregg. So it's actually almost a shock that Michael Cameraman, a.k.a. the turd in the background, actually called on Lawrence to ask the question because, as Lawrence has expressed, he hasn't been able or been called on to ask a question for so long. He was actually surprised he was going to get to ask a question in the first place. But as soon as Gregg heard who was going to ask the question, he started with, what are we doing here?
We're really doing this? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, it's one of those things now where like Lawrence is going to be even more shocked if he ever gets to ask another question. And then he's going to come on our show. It's just like a double whammy. That's like 3 strikes. You're out of there, Lawrence.
Well, to be fair, yes, this will probably not hurt him too badly. I don't think. Because Brian Schroeder's been on our show twice. He regularly gets called on.
That's fair.
Stephen Goff has come on our show.
Yeah, that was like a decade and change ago.
Still, it counts on your resume, right?
Sure.
Meg Swanick probably banned at this point.
Probably not due to her presence on our show.
No,
maybe partially due to that.
I don't think so. I think it's the questions.
Oh, no, 100%. Yes.
Right. They're too hard and they're not nice. And you got to be nice. And, the only guys that can really get away with not being nice because, hey, that's just how the ball's going to roll. Like Grant Wall can ask Gregg anything. But, of course, Grant Wall's not going to. He was nice. R.I.P. Rest in peace.
Who's the guy that asked Gregg and Pulisic that question? I got that pulled up here.
Oh, boy. That's Doug McIntyre.
Was it McIntyre? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that pulled up. So that was a nice hard-hitting question, too.
But he did frame it in such a way where he
kind of gave Gregg an out to an extent.
It did. He was kind of making excuses for Gregg, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, he was sort of asking.
Just the way the cookie crumbles.
Because, listen, Goff is a magician at doing that. He'll ask a hard question in such a twisted way that it doesn't really sound hard, or tough, like a tough question. And Brian's questions are usually really technical, about who's playing, who's going to start here and who's going to start there. And, it's not like, hey, Gregg, why do you suck? Can you tell us, please, in your words?
Tell us how you suck.
Why you suck. Doug, who's getting a visit from Private Dick Johnson. Yes.
Let's throw back to the agent who visited Derek.
Yeah, like a year ago, I guess it was.
Here's the video clip of Lawrence asking this question. For those who aren't familiar with them or missed this on the X.
Gregg, Lawrence Dockery, World Soccer Talk.
What's happening? What do we want to happen?
See that immediately when he's told that Lawrence Dockery is going to be allowed to ask a question from World Soccer Talk. And you want to know why? There is no Michael Cameraman at this interview.
Oh, really?
Okay? No, because this is being run by Conan Bowl. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. No protection. No. Basically, he's having to be out there with no rubbers, right? Gregg's
he's the best just type, right?
It's all skin and bone, skin and bone. He's having to face these questions, and you'll notice because at the end of the interview, especially the one with Pulisic today, it's a woman. It doesn't sound anything like Michael Cameron. But go ahead. Sorry.
Prior to this Copa America,
Lawrence almost sound taken aback that Gregg actually said that out loud too. He's like,
he's kind of like, yeah. I mean, he can already,
bro.
Yeah, he can already tell. Oh, he really does not want me to ask a question. And I think at that point, you just go ahead and heave-ho into the question, right? And that's what he does.
Yeah.
The U.S. had been to the Copa America 2 of the last 3 times they have been to the semifinals. If it happens where you fail to get out of the group on home soil, could and should your job be on the line against Uruguay?
Could, this is the thing though. He says could and should your job be on the line. And Gregg's answer is the could aspect. Doesn't go dive into the should. But I guess he's not Bruce Arena. He's not going to go out there and say, oh yeah, I should absolutely be shit can if I don't get out of here. But
right, it's a very generic answer. Actually, his beginning answer is basically, and you'll see it. It's basically to make Lawrence look stupid. Like the question he asked was so silly and stupid, and so incomprehensible. He's such a bad journalist that his question was just so a mess of, just a horrible mess. Just go ahead, play. I'm sorry.
That's not. I have a hard time understanding the question. I think you mean
you have a hard time understanding the question. How hard is it to understand that question?
Yeah. If you don't get out of the group stage, should and could your job be on the line? It's basically what he says.
Right.
The only difference is he added the context of, well, in previous Copas, this is what happened.
Right. He's saying all these other managers managed to do better than you.
Could this be a time buying tactic of Gregg, since he wasn't presented with this question probably ahead of time, that he has to think about a PR answer to it? So he's like, let's re-ask the question so I have time to think about this.
He didn't. Well, if he re-asked it, he re-asked it in his own head. because Lawrence does not re-ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the next round, should my job be in the line? Yeah. That's not for me to determine.
You should have stopped it. Yeah. That should have been his answer.
That's not up to me. Yeah. Moving on.
Yeah. He just should have said, yeah, that's it. And then he should have stopped. Yeah. My job should be on the line. The words, yeah, would have worked. Yeah. Everyone could, as Jackie D says, everyone could understand that question. That's not a difficult question. Nope. And you know what? If you look at the way some of the other, like if you look at the Copa, I mean the Euros, and some of the shit those coaches are taking from the press in their own countries and the media, give me a break. Like the freaking English media is basically almost revolted against Gareth Southgate. Mm-hmm. They're pooping on him left and right over there. Should be difficult. Diego, hey, how are you, man? I hope you're all right. I guess, let's see, checking in live from the black truck on the way to Arrowhead. 20K on USA. 20K, man. Send me that money. Don't burn that money.
I'll put it to better use. Put it that way.
I mean, I'm hoping you're right. I'm hoping you're right.
Crossed. Yep.
From what I've heard, win or your job is on the line, Greg. Not that he will be fired, but there is a lot of names, list of names in case. Well, I know there's a list of names. Herb Bernard, Pellegrino Matarazzo. Who else was on that list? David Wagner. Oh, I think that's all I remember. Those three names were the three prominent ones that stood out to me on the secret list. It's really not that secret much anymore, but that's all right. I prefer Matarazzo if I had to pick. I mean, although Herb Bernard would be fine with me too. Although I think his English is okay, but I think you do have to speak English. I think you do.
That was a requirement under Ernie. I don't know about Betty.
I think it's a requirement under Betty too. I don't think that's changed. And I do think that's one of the reasons Bielsa was pretty much overlooked in his interview. His English is extremely
World Soccer had an article about that, and even talking about how this was a trial, not trial, but a rehearsal or trial, basically to show U.S. Soccer that Bielsa. Butchering the name.
Bielsa.
Got it. Took 3 or 4 tries there, but I got it.
Okay.
That this was going to be like a trial for his gig with the U.S. men's national team.
I don't think so.
There was talks at the end of last cycle that he was in contention, but then Ernie was like, well, being able to speak English is kind of a prerequisite.
Yeah, Ernie did say that.
I haven't heard anything since, and he's got a better gig right now, I think.
I don't think that changes with Matt Crocker. I think that's sort of a U.S. soccer basic with Betty Crocker.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't change. Okay. It hasn't changed.
I think you named Betty's older brother when you said earlier.
What did I say, Matt Crocker?
I said Matt Crocker.
I meant Betty. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I guess before we start getting into some of the other videos dealing with tonight's game and everything like that, let's quickly cover a few of our favorite topics here.
Transfer news. Who's getting mounted on transfer news? Who's getting over on transfer news? Transfer news. Everyone loves that transfer news, but me. Whatever.
That shit's like a Baptist choir, man. That's what it sounds like.
we paid good money for that too.
And we have to hire that one midget guy to come in and sing.
Exactly, yeah.
For that really high part.
For me.
All right, Norwich City updates. Leeds are in pole position to land Josh Sargent signing. Yes, this has been news for some time because, of course, Daniel Farke is a major fan of Josh Sargent's since he coached him his rookie season in the Premier League, and he wants him back. And they do need a striker because what's his dick can't score anymore. Bamford is...
He can only score weird bicycle kicks from outside the box somehow.
But tap-ins can't do those. Those are too hard.
So this is strange that it's still in contention because I could see it being a case if they're being promoted, and that was the talking points prior to them not being promoted. but now that they're sticking the championship, I mean, I'm just like,
well,
I feel like Norwich is going to be like, hey, it's going to be at least the 12 to 14 million that he's worth. You know,
you got to keep in mind they're selling Somerville, okay, for a buttload. They're going to sell Archie for a buttload. So they are going to sell players, and they still have this is the last season for the EPL, baby fund when you get, so they got to spend it, but they do have to transfer some suckers first.
Gotcha.
And if you're getting rid of Somerville, you're going to need some offense from somewhere, but it ain't coming from Bamford. So you need a real striker. And of course, we all know that Dark Brendan will be going back to Leeds. That's been confirmed. So I'm sure Dark Brendan would like to have a friend. And, and that's Dark Sargent, who's, he's gone to the dark side too since his baby was born.
Yeah.
Become a relentless, fighter. So if we can get that, and I know it took Brendan a long time to find Dark Brendan. It took him like the last 6 games for Union Berlin last season to find Dark Brendan. But the fans seem to have kind of warmly been open to Aronson coming back, especially Joe and Connor. They're both like, yeah, well, okay, if he's coming back, we might as well embrace him. He could be really useful, Dark Brendan. Although they don't use the term Dark Brendan, and I do think they need to start saying that. So
start doing it. That's how you're going to get Brendan's Aronson's confidence up at Leeds by referring to him by his nickname.
I know, and I keep forgetting to at Connor and Joe about that, and I need to do it. I really do. And then Sargent going there, it seems like most of the fans, because of what they watched Sargent do in the championship last season, are open to having Sargent. I think some of them are actually enthusiastic. Connor is actually very enthusiastic about it.
I mean, I could just imagine. Could you imagine Sargent having a team that's willing to provide service to him consistently? Mm-hmm. It's gonna be nice. It'll be nice. It'll be nice to see. So
yeah, because a lot of Sargent's goals last season were like he had to create on his own. Yeah, did he have some tap-ins? Of course he did. But a lot of them were him just creating space for himself and wrecking that ball into a corner.
That's what I was kind of hoping for anyways.
We were all, we were all hoping.
Go home, Josh. Go home to Germany, please.
Yeah, I mean, his German's okay, too. It's pretty good. So not that Germans don't speak English, because 90% of them do speak at least some basic level of English. So either way, it's not like moving to a foreign country. And the food's better in Germany than it is in England. Way better. The food is way better. Enormously better. I mean, as soon as you're sick of eating fish and chips and spotted dick, you're done with England. I mean, unless you want to
English style breakfast, beans and toast.
Yeah, I guess, but that gets old after a while, it really does. I'm sure in big cities like London, they've got great restaurants. I don't doubt it. Like, international restaurants from all over the world, with African food and Mediterranean food or whatever. But I don't know about a place like Norwich. I don't know how good the food's going to be in Norwich. And by the way, I did just say Norwich and Norwich. And by the way, we have been told, and it's been confirmed, that many people in Norwich say Norwich.
Well, we noticed that on all the videos we were watching the other day of a couple of the guys.
Yeah.
Like they keep saying Norwich.
Right.
I thought it was Norwich.
And not just Norwich.
Norwich.
So, and by the way, that was how it was originally pronounced before the English language in England evolved. And they started dropping the W's and everything. Right? So it's Norwich. I went to Norwich and had some fish and chips.
Indeed.
All right.
So, we'll hammer through some of these transfer news quickly because we do have a couple of videos for the actual upcoming game before the game starts.
Okay. And now I do want to remind people that Lawrence Dockery, the journalist we just featured, asking that difficult question to Gregg, will be on the show right after the game to do a post-game review.
I'm going to hold the VAR topics until that point because we don't have time for it right now.
The VAR. Got to do the VAR, huh? Ramiro Casano says, I want some mayo on my ham and cheese, Norwich. Okay. I mean, you want some Dick's mayo, though? That's the best stuff.
Well, of course.
Yeah. Tom, don't bogart that joint, my friend. You know, I don't think Tom likes me.
I don't think he likes either of us.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't like me. I don't know about you, but he definitely does not like
Actively ignores our comments to him.
Yeah, anyhow, it's not just the ignoring part.
He's the new Lawless for me.
I'm not going to get into it.
Pay attention to me.
But I suppose if I can make up and be friends with not only just Lawless, and when I say friends, I mean, you know, distant. Friendly would be a better word to put it. And Winalda, I think anything's possible at this point.
Anything's possible.
Because I remember when Cat and Pete played a joke on me, or was it you? You played the joke on me. You texted me and said, yeah, the council meeting, the U.S. council meeting, I was going to go live on their show. And you said, yeah, Winalda's going to be there as well, and they're going to do an intervention. Remember you texting me that shit?
Yes.
And I said, I don't want to do an intervention with Winalda live on fucking tax show. I don't want to do that. That could be really like bad. Anyhow, we managed to work it out in private. And
made for great TV, Derek.
But I'm sure I'm going to make Eric hate me again soon.
No,
I did just
turn to leave.
Well, because he posted on 11 Yanks and told him he had to accept Gregg as the manager. And I said, no, Eric, we don't have to accept it. We may have to endure it. Endure it. That's a different word. And I said, I know I'm being a little bit of an English nerd here, but I think words are important. And I said, we're enduring Gregg and rooting for the team. We don't have to accept Gregg. No, we don't. None of us. No one has to accept shit. If you don't want to accept anything, you don't have to accept it. You might have to endure things in your life, but you should accept. Like if you're starving or you got a 2-inch penis, you're going to have to endure it. Okay. But you don't need to accept it, embrace it, and like it. Nobody likes that. All right. Sources. Sorry. Rant, tangent. Source. That's going to be a great night, Brad. I can already tell. I got a good night's sleep. Sources. Chelsea in advanced talks to sign U.S. international left back Caleb Wiley to join the Lone Army from Atlanta United. Nothing is agreed or done yet. Wiley, 19, already has 81 first-team appearances with Atlanta, 2 caps with the U.S. men's national team, and was reportedly excited about becoming part of the Lone Army. He will. He will just become part of Chelsea's Lone Army. He needs to give Matt Miazga a call and ask what that looks like. And nowadays, it's going to look like going to Strasbourg because they own it. Okay?
So that'd be interesting because I guess when I was looking at this, I wasn't taking the 2 teams in consideration that's owned by the same parent company, if you will. And that's the same place where Slonina is being rumored to go to as well.
Correct.
So I brought this up as a separate transfer news, but it could all be one and the same. Like what you're saying, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they're all connected. So the thing I would recommend to both Slonina and Caleb Wiley is start working on your French. Okay? Mm-hmm. Start working on it now because in France, they don't speak English like they do in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not much English in France. So you better learn to speak French if you just want to get along and have a relationship with your teammates or some of your teammates. So how many goals?
I just want to bring up Jeff. Jeff, it has been a long time since I've seen your name in the chat.
No shit, Jeff. Where have you been, man?
You were a consistent chatter for a while, then disappeared on us. You may have been listening to our show, but just haven't been in the chat very often.
I bet you I said something. Pissed him off. You know, whenever we lose people, I always think it's not Brett, it's probably me.
Well, it's like trying to get enough people for a pickup game or indoor league or whatever. It's tough because everybody's got their own life. There he goes. He's coaching Little League baseball. So
cool, awesome.
That's the toughest part. You start seeing people come and go, and they're just like, oh man, what do we do to piss them off? And they're like, oh, well, they're still watching. They're just not watching live.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, nobody knows where we stand on really important other issues. So, why would you leave? Unless, I made a penis joke or something. I don't know. I mean, there was the guy on the Tact and Pete's show when they were busting our nut sacks, or me for being old, where there's a guy made a comment on the side. He's like, yeah, well, I stopped watching their show because all they do is talk about incest. No, we don't.
Yeah, it's just at the very beginning of the show and the very end of the show. That's it.
We don't talk about
almost never comes up in the actual meat of the show.
I think it struck home to that guy. I think he started taking it personally. Maybe he's involved in incest. With his cousin or something. I don't know. But listen, we don't talk about incest that much on the show.
He's gonna be in the chat and be like, I tried to give you guys another chance. Here we are talking about incest again.
It's just a passing joke. We hit it and we leave. All right. That's what she said. Yeah. All right. We're getting ready for the game. We are going to be covering it live tonight. Uruguay is in the tunnel. That's what she said. And here comes the U.S. They're in the tunnel too. That's known as the DP. And the game should be starting shortly, fairly shortly. What do we got?
About 10 minutes, yeah.
10 minutes. Okay.
All right. So Dest is off to PSV, despite the fact that he has his busted knee.
Yes. I mean, Barcelona are just like, here, just have him. Okay. Yeah. Just here, have him. We don't want him. Just have him. Yeah. So fine. It's better for his career. Do another season at PSV, maybe 2, and then someone else will want him. And they'll pay PSV a whole lot of money for him. That is if his knee gets better. Like, you can't take anything for granted. Remember, we had, what's his name? Starts with a G, with the spaghetti tendons or whatever. Josh Gatt. Yeah, spaghetti tendons. Sometimes you're just built wrong. And
like the guy that starts with the G, and I'm like sitting there like, let's see. And you're like, the spaghetti tendons. Like, oh yeah, Gatt.
You just knew it. You're like,
which former player had dancer's hip?
That would be the Icelandic dude. Fuck.
Kevin Bacon. You're right.
Kevin Bacon. Thank you. Kevin Bacon, otherwise known as Aaron Johansson.
Yeah.
So if I was just thinking of Aaron Johansson's name, I was really trying to go for Bacon, and I couldn't remember Bacon's name. I kept going like so many degrees of of connections, right?
Stu Holden, who
well,
how would you describe his injuries?
He just got
wrecked. Fucking fouls.
Yeah, he got wrecked.
Ruined his life. Yeah. That's so rough.
That was just leg snapping fouls.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Duncan McGuire has rejected the latest contract proposal from Orlando City as his focus is Europe. Orlando's stance on McGuire is clear. He's not for sale.
Well, they can say that however long they want, but if he really wants to go, he will be going.
Well, I mean, if he's rejecting Orlando's most recent contract proposal, my guess is they're trying to probably trying to expand or extend him on the what is it? How old is he actually? Let me take back.
21, I think.
I wonder if they're going to try to get him on the 21, the incentive 21 or whatever. That you get DP money without being a DP or whatever, but they re-sign you for another couple of years, like they did with Luna and Gutierrez.
Nah, they're not paying him DP
43. No. Well, no, of course they're not going to because they're going to pay him off the books.
Oh, you're talking about using Tamer Gam or something?
The U23 incentive or whatever it is, where again you're not being on the books, you're not being paid DP money, but they pay you more or less DP money.
Does that go all the way up to 23? I thought it was just 21.
Well, I mean,
thought it was 21 and under.
It's 22 initiative. There it is.
Okay, 22 and under. Okay, well, he's going to very shortly next season be too old for that. So
you said sign before he turns it,
I guess. But if he wants to go, he will figure out a way to go.
Sure.
Nobody wants an unhappy player around the locker room.
The problem is, this is his second season.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has one more plus 2 options available.
Yeah. So at some point they're going to say, listen, let's make some money off this kid before he goes. Let's not just hold on to him until he dies. Man, then what if he has a bad season? Right now, the way he's playing the last season with us, people want him. Blackburn want him. Okay, well, what happens if he has a bad season? Then maybe no one wants him anymore. So kind of stupid on their part. You could go find another Duncan McGuire. They're out there.
Yeah. And we're running low on time, so I just wanted to play this video of Berhalter. We're not going to get to the other ones I had pulled up because,
we'll get to it after.
Well, we may. Depends. May not be prevalent at that point. But relevant, not prevalent.
Relevant. Yeah.
Relevant. But yeah, so here's an old video that somebody found of Gregg Berhalter.
Okay.
Like how? How did they possibly find this?
That's really weird. I know.
All right, watch this thing.
People form their own ideas, especially in Holland, about America through the television. And, when you talk to the people, like,
look at that guy.
Yeah, he's not a bad-looking guy back then.
Yeah, I told Derek in a text earlier today. I'm like, hey, if you're bored, you should take this video and grab up like a real-world Amsterdam type of logo and throw it up there. Because this just screams like real world 1990s. Like he could have been the house with Puck or whatever his name was.
I got distracted and forgot to watch it.
Yeah. The ideas they have of Americans are absolutely crazy. So, I try to tell them, how it really is in American, and America is not a Jerry Springer episode. Like,
he has a lot of the same mannerisms still, like, right?
Yeah, except he doesn't do
it really is,
He doesn't do the sniff thing as much, though, because he's always doing the sniff thing, Greg.
Hasn't quite gotten to the blow yet?
Like that. Like he's
allegedly.
Like he just did some coke or something.
Exactly.
And he wants to get the last particles up the nostril,
Yeah.
And he mostly does it when he's nervous, by the way. You'll notice that.
So, but yeah, I try to act, a good person. I try to work hard on the field, and, with the American attitude,
I love the one video they showed of him, right? The clip of him shows him getting burned
and getting
fouling him on the way back.
God, U.S. Soccer, could you have found a better clip?
I don't even know this is U.S. Soccer. I don't even know what this came from.
Watch Greg get burned. Yeah.
Willingness to win and to work hard.
What great video clip here. Really you can almost make out that
Americans
pixel.
are really aggressive, and Americans really want to win and they're competitive. And Dutch people are competitive, but it's at a different level. It's not the same as Americans. And Americans also believe they can always win, no matter who they're playing, no matter what the odds are. They believe they can win. And when
I like he's actually. I mean, this is better than current Greg.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
At least this Greg's a little arrogant.
Yeah.
I mean, this current Greg is really arrogant, but in a totally different, I'm better than you kind of way. Like it's not Americans that are smart. It's just me, Greg. The rest of them, especially my critics, they're all dumb.
Yeah.
So, Matthew Dominguez for $2. He looks like he's always been a feminine cleanser. You can't say douche on. That's okay. You don't have to keep it clean for us, Matthew. You really don't. You really don't. Jeff Pettibone, $2. Hey, Derek, it's not you, it's me. Hey, man, I've heard that a couple times in my life. All right. From hot ladies. It's not you, Derek. It's me. Yeah, it is you. You're right, jerk.
Dutch people, I think they're a little more realistic, and they're, and I don't think that's good necessarily, but that's how they are. Yeah, I was with the team in '95 for a Copa.
Yeah, I don't know why they're showing random clips of other people playing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Unless this isn't just. I mean, he does talk about how he's finally getting called into the national team, so maybe they're just showing national team clips. I don't know.
For American U.S. Cup, but I didn't play.
What?
Matthew says wouldn't let me send douche.
Weird.
What's going on? What is going on with YouTube these days? It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Play much, and after that, I've been injured on and off, but so I really didn't have the opportunity to be called in. But now I got called in. Things seem to be going pretty well. Right now, I'm just trying to do the best I can, work as hard as I can, and
And
my
blame
value.
Jimmy Conrad whenever there's
And
a breakdown in
World
the
Cup, I
defense.
don't expect to be one of the leaders of the team. That's obviously for the older people. But I think, I hope into the World Cup I can be an important part of the team, and I can, be in a position that I can grow into. People.
That's all right. Well, that is.
Oh my goodness!
It is interesting seeing him younger, but he doesn't really even have that much more life to him, does he? All right, the guys are lining up. Uruguay's lining up. We will give you the times. We will count it down so you can sync with us. So we're not telling you the goal was scored before you can see it, or vice versa, whatever it ends up being. Goal, it's kicked.
Oh, shit.
It's kicked.
Must not be live.
7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, they just took
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
You're exactly
23.
3 seconds in front of me.
All right, we're going to try it.
Okay.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
You're about 2 seconds in front of me.
Still? Where are you at?
38, 39, 40.
I'm
41.
right on top of you. What are you talking about?
Hey, get off me.
Yeah.
Don't get on top of me.
Right on top of you, Derek.
And if you do, you better bring the Vaseline. All right. So we are synced. Yeah, we are. Oh, we are currently at 50.
How did that not go out? I thought that was out of bounds.
It didn't, I
was
guess.
gonna say, it went over the line. Yeah.
They're bringing it back. Okay.
Yeah.
We are currently at, if you want to sync with us, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. That's where we're at. So if you want to sync with us, there you go. We'll probably do it again.
I have to agree with Drew. What the hell is up with this camera angle right now, man?
Yeah, they look like tiniest ants out there.
Well, it's like so from above. It's almost like that's that. Oh my God!
What is Richards
God,
doing?
Lord Richards.
This angle is horrible. Why are we so far away? My TV is gigantic. The players look like ants.
My camera angle looks like it's above, like it's from above.
Yes, it's like a space satellite. There goes Pulisic. Nice move, buddy. Oh, deflected off of him though. Out of bounds.
This is strange. Hopefully that's not the same camera angle of fucking game, man.
I mean, can they zoom in a little?
it's a Goodyear blimp cam.
Yeah, no shit. It's like somebody in a helicopter over the stadium.
Dude, I can't even tell who's who.
I can't either.
Ream's got it right now.
Because it looks like Pulisic started on the right.
He is on the right now.
And Reyna's on the left.
Yeah.
I'm not sure any of us thought that was going to happen. Balogun fighting for the
handball.
ball.
That was a handball.
By the way, there were 270 whatever of you here. Make sure you like, subscribe, share with your grandma and your stepsister. All right. It's Ream. Yeah, this is just, they're so tiny.
I have to get a drink at halftime.
Good run by Jedi. Fell. To Reyna.
Hell. Oh, are you kidding me?
That's not a foul.
What?
Huh. Well, let's get a cycle all the way back to Turner. Yeah,
wow.
That's got to be a foul.
Yeah, he totally got taken out.
Tell me we don't have another Salvadoran ref today.
No, it's from Peru, I think.
Really?
I think.
Well, that was pretty lax of him.
All right. People are telling us to take off the switch off the live cam or live action one.
Why's that?
Because it's not synced up with us.
Oh, is it in front of us? Well, put the lineup up, I guess, at least. The roster.
Yeah.
So people know who's playing. Yeah, it looks like on defense, we drop back to a 4-5-1. Get it, McKinney. Get what? Damn, what the fuck's going on here? Number 20 spazzed out. Araujo had a spaz attack. It's like lighting up on the amphetamines, dude.
So are we still at 4 minutes, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33? Okay. I had to pause it for a second to get off full frame, so I wasn't sure if I got stuck forward or backwards or whatever.
40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45.
Spot on, Derek.
I love it. I love it when we're synced up. Okay,
he says.
All right. Scally back to Turner to McKinney as MMA start in the midfield. McKinney to Adams, or is that the other way around? I can't tell.
That's Ream right now.
Yeah, Ream's got it right now. Okay, we're out wide. That's Reyna. Up to Jedi. Oh, it was very
Jedi
close.
Just didn't make. He stopped making the run.
Yeah, he kind of jogged through it. Oh boy, don't let the counter happen, guys. There we go.
Oh no!
Oh, Balogun, come on, man. Good get by us.
No, that wasn't a foul. What are you talking about, sir? It's the exact same thing that happened to Gio earlier.
Are we going to start calling fouls here, people, or what?
Jesus. He got the ball, Derek.
Oh, hammered him. Not allowed to go through the player to get the ball.
Picada, yes, this is Arrowhead.
Diego's there. So 29 is at the game.
Yeah. Apparently dropped 20K on the game.
That's disgusting. That's a lot of money to be dropping on a game. I mean, I don't bet, so there's that too. But so I don't even understand the concept of. Like,
I can contemplate 20K on a bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like betting is something I might do for fun. Like I bet on the Kentucky Derby before, and made a few bucks on the side. But I don't have enough faith in anything to bet big bucks. There's Jenny Taft reporting. She is the great granddaughter of President Taft. I'm going to keep saying that till it becomes a reality.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's not true.
I kind of heard what you said there. She was talking about Turner's and Berhalter's decision to start Turner.
Well, obviously he's healthy.
Well, the last comment he made was like, I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm not going to miss this match.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if he's necessarily 100%, but.
All right. So we got in the midfield, at least we got Moose on the left, Adams in the middle, McKinney on the right in the midfield. We got Pulisic playing right winger and Reyna playing left winger. Balogun in the middle.
Well done. Good job, Ballo.
Go. You know you're not going to throw that in, dude. So just hand it off.
You've got nobody to throw it into.
Yeah. Just hand that off.
Quick. There you go. Guys, overloaded on that side, guys. Switch it up.
Yeah, now it's the counter's on, dude. Counter is on. Look at that. Oh, shit.
Offside. Doesn't matter, though.
Out of bounds.
Of course he was offside. Offside by at least a step.
Yep.
Not just a dong, an actual step.
A dong? Did you say dong?
Dong, yes.
D-O-N-G?
Yeah, he was not off by a peen. Yes.
He wasn't offside by an erect penis. Yeah. Which we have been told that
I've got it pulled up. We're gonna bring it up with Lawrence when he comes in.
Okay,
nice ball.
He's a ref. He's a ref, right?
Yeah.
So he can clear that up for us.
Well, he's gonna take the ref's approach, right?
Well, one would think. I would also like to know if that's ever happened to him. Not playing, but had to make a call like that, referee. Pulisic getting hacked has just become the norm. against everybody we play. Was that Nunez who hacked him down?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it. I was looking over at the chat when it came back.
Well, of course it's impossible to see because the camera angle makes them all look like ants.
It's that camera right there. It's one right there in the center. That's what it is. It's that fucking camera that moves above everybody. It's bullshit.
What is this? A school for ants? Best part of that movie. Main characters.
The water fight. The water fight with the gas at the gas station was pretty funny.
There's lots of good parts of that movie. Get up!
Not a bad ball.
Not bad. It's a little high, but by just a smidge. Derek Zoolander.
Is this a center for ants?
It's often been rumored that Derek Zoolander is roughly based on my life and career.
Oh, yeah. You can't turn left either? Or can't turn right, one of the two, whatever it is. All right, guys, off the ball movement. Let's go. Come on.
Let's get hopping. Oh. Uruguay trying to do the counter quickly. Richards. Got to get there, buddy.
Oh, my goodness. He fell over.
He just fell over. Richards never even touched him.
This is going to be one of those complaints about the field, man. Do you see him just stub his toe?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wonder if that was on a seam. Let's see. I don't know.
That wasn't the field. I mean, that was the field, but it wasn't the field's fault.
It was just uncoordination.
Just his toe dragging across it.
Well, they're showing the field, so they're probably talking about it on TV like it's crap. It's not Scottish, it's crap. Ream squeezes it in, and now we're going around the circle. Beautiful move by Reyna. Beautiful. Okay, but ended up going back to Jedi, who's going to lose.
Well done, Jedi.
Well, he didn't lose it. I'm shocked. Balogun,
We'll take the corner. We'll take the corner.
Balogun fighting over there with Jedi. That's great stuff. Balogun, Reyna, Jedi.
Richards been awful on his back passes and touches the last few games. Yeah, he has not been good at all.
Yeah, it's been a little scary. If you definitely want us to read your comment, you can super chat. We guarantee we will read it unless it's offensive. Even if
I'm doing an occasional look over at the chat every now and then just to see if there's anything that pops up, but I'm watching the game, so.
Yeah, I know. As long as, well, it could be offensive because we're offensive, but it can't be, well, man. You know what it can't be, people. Yeah. I don't need to describe it.
Ballistics free kicks have been solid so far.
Yep. It's improved. Just go around.
There it is.
First time.
Yeah.
Oh!
That looked good. That looked good.
That was a good little back and forth between Reyna, and this pass was so
13
close.
minutes in, and Panama and Bolivia are still tied 0-0.
Yeah, that pass needed to. I wouldn't have passed that. Honestly, I would have been.
Was Reyna the ant that crossed?
I would have got. Yeah, I would have got greedy. I think I would have shot that first time. And then hope my guys got a rebound because the angle for the pass was not really on for the guys.
Oh, my God. Holden just made that reference.
What?
Holden just said this is not a stadium made for ants.
Go, go, go. Oh, so close from Balogun. He stole the ball.
I'm being pulled, man. I'm being pulled back.
He's
Maybe if you had a tight shirt 12-man jersey on, you wouldn't have been pulled back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. I saw Stu just made that reference. It's great.
How are you able to listen to your stuff without people?
I got headphones. I'm not watching it on a TV, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. This ref's letting everything go.
Counter. Jedi's got it. He's faster. Yep.
Good Lord.
Back to Ream. And we start over again. So far, pretty damn good. God damn it, Turner. Quit scaring me.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye. All right. Scally couldn't get that
foul,
up the
dude. Call the
field.
foul. They called the foul.
Okay, good.
Weird that they call a foul there, but they don't call any of the fouls in or around the box for us yet. There have been like 3 or 4 so far, just outside the box, not called yet.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right there. Just grabbed his shirt, yanked him.
Yeah.
Come on.
Ah.
You can't do that. Good chip by Reyna. Good chip and steal. Almost. All those people. Reyna can't play defense. Yes, he can. Yes, he certainly can.
Michael Gonzalez says U.S. doesn't deserve good camera work with these performances.
That's maybe a legit thing to say. Terzic. Eat Reyna's shorts. He can play defense. That was, of course, Terzic's big critical commentary about Reyna. This is a great through ball. If you can keep your foot on it. Uh-oh, someone's getting a yellow here. Who was it?
Adams is getting it. While we're waiting, Jose Reyes for $5 says, "Cheers, boys. Over here watching this game like an abusive ex. Not sure what to feel, and I can't have a drink because I'm on antibiotics. I heard
Get better.
better.
Get better, Jose.
Appreciate it, man.
We're thinking of you. Thoughts are with you. I don't know what surgery you had. You don't have to tell us. It's your own private thing, but I've been through it, brother. So get better." They gave Adams the card for this?
Well, I mean, this shouldn't be a card at all.
No.
He cleared the
Adams got stopped. Absolutely stopped. Watch the fucking replay. He's the one who gets stomped.
But it's a follow through from a clearance. So this is that whole messy debacle all over again.
No, dude, just watch Did you see the replay?
Yeah, the Uruguayan defender cleared the ball. On his follow-through, gravity takes his foot down. Adams' ankle was there. Yes, it was a stomp down, but it wasn't done on purpose. He cleared the ball.
I don't care if it was on fucking purpose. That's a fucking foul. I don't care purpose or not. He's the one who got stomped. How is he getting the card?
I don't think he should have gotten a card. But I don't think that was... I don't know.
That's fucking ridiculous that Adams gets the card. What sense does that make? Doesn't make any sense. That pisses me off. This ref is going to fuck us tonight. That's what it looks like. Did you say he was Peruvian?
I think so, yeah.
Peruvian.
That's true. And Paclata's point is that Adams didn't even foul him. There was no foul.
Well, except for Adams getting stopped because the other guy was studs up. That's studs up.
He cleared the ball and was coming down. It's gravity. If your foot does come down.
It doesn't matter. That's not how the rules work anymore. You can't go studs up into any tackle. Watch it again, Brett. You will see studs up into Adams' ankle. What did you guys see out there? What did you see?
I'm just saying, you clear the ball, and your foot's coming down. I'm just saying.
Modern rules have changed. They've changed. For me, the other guy should have got a card. You're giving out cards? It's the other guy, not Adams.
I don't think he should have got a card.
What do you guys
think? I don't think he should have been a foul on Adams either.
What do you guys think out there? Settle this. I'm pissed at the ref, not at Brett.
I'm pissed that I didn't schedule my timing enough to go get a drink before the fucking game started.
Ooh, well, you can if you want.
I don't want to miss anything. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. Halftime.
Or wait till halftime. Yeah.
I'm just astonished by the referee.
Would-be Farmer says they both should have kissed and exchanged Hallmark cards.
No foul. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adams could have sustained a bad injury there, Jeff. I totally agree. He got stomped. That ankle got stomped. Studs up. And then he got a yellow. He got the yellow. And you could see Adams when he got up. He's like, on me? I'm getting the yellow. What?
Chad goes, you know you want that drink. And I go, yeah, I do. I really do. Maybe I can text the wife. Bring me a drink, please. That'll go over well.
She does it to you all the time.
She does. And it was horrific planning. I agree, Casey. The worst. We got sidetracked. I didn't even get through like 90. Oof. I didn't get through 90% of the tabs I had pulled up for the pre-show.
We'll cover him with Lawrence if he's.
I know. I'm just saying. It was poor timing on my part, or poor scheduling on my part as a whole.
Yes, people. Lawrence Dockery, the infamous journalist who asked Gregg that question, will be joining us after the show. Or after the game for a post-game analysis and review. And just to talk to him about what happened. Jedi header to nobody in particular. Now it's just Jedi and whomever that is heading it back and forth to one another. Reem
was the last one to head it.
Okay, I'm at 20, 35, 36, 37.
39. Okay. I'm about 1 second ahead of you.
Okay. I guess Reem was somewhere in that skirmish. I couldn't even see his man bun because his camera work is for ants.
You're going to tempt Larry to come onto the show if you talk about man buns.
Who? Larry doesn't like
Jedi. Adam's going to.
Counters on.
There you go, Scally.
Scally didn't know much about it, but he
stopped. It was sort of like it was behind him. He sort of like drug his foot back.
Yep. Head out by Richards. Over to Jedi.
Balogun.
To Balogun to Reyna, who's got two dudes on him immediately. We're just going to throw this back into
Oh, no. Looks like Panama may have scored. Hasn't been updated yet, but I heard goal Panama.
That's okay. We just need to score ourselves. We need to win the game and hope Panama scores no more than that. Although, I don't know if Bolivia's playing their scrub second team or not. They probably are because they got nothing to gain. All right. Well, this is the first stretch of Uruguayan possession in our end for some time. Like, they're holding on to it. There hasn't been a whole lot of that this game so far. This game has been back and forth. No sustained possession, really, long-term, by anybody. It's like almost both teams are playing Bielsa ball. It's like game possession, hit on the counter quickly. Go get it, Matt. What the fuck, dude? What are you waiting for? Why didn't Matt go run out and get that?
I have no idea.
He just watched it bounce. I mean, you could see where the ball was going for some time. Oh, well. He's playing it conservative. All right, don't paint your hair blue. Don't do that. I guess he's being patriotic.
Oof.
Ooh, yikes. Somebody got hurt. It's Reem again? Yep. Head-to-head. Uh-oh. One of the Uruguayan players just out cold. Out cold. He's not moving. Oh, his feet are moving now. But apparently it's bad because the whole team's over there going, bring in the medics quickly. Reem's not looking that great either right now. Looks like he took a whack.
I mean, I guess while these players are down and nothing's happened, they could show replay.
Or you could go get a drink real quick.
Oh, great call.
Oh boy. See, sometimes I'm nice to Brett. Let's see. Stop playing out of the fucking back. Hasn't bit us in the ass yet, but yeah, some of it's been sketchy. Looks like we going into bunker mode. Yeah, a little early for that assessment, I would think. A little early. It definitely looks like we're dropping behind going into a 4-5-1 once they gain possession in our zone, which is, I think that's fine. Brett, get drink, says KC25. Brett, get drink. It's a very primitive sentence. Man like woman.
Jedi appears to be up.
Vagina is wet. Wet is vagina. Man penis has. We're into primitive sentences here. We really are. We grunt in between them. Chris Grace is going to make a drink too. Let us know what it is, Chris.
8-Bit Rocket says will be a card on Ream. I haven't even seen. Have we seen a preview for or a replay of it?
What did Ream do?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So you think we're going to replay and we're going to find out?
I'd love it if they showed a replay.
Well, they won't be until they know the guy's not dead.
No, that's fair.
They do that in racing now when there's a wreck. In racing, they're like, oh, shit, nope, don't play the replay. Oh, God, no, don't play it. That guy could be dead. And as soon as they find out the driver gets out of the car, then they play the replay. Because God forbid any of us can handle the fact that during a sporting event, someone might pass away. Shit happens. In my day, wrecks happened. They played the replay constantly. And you're like, man, I hope that guy gets out of that. You are cheering it on for him to die. But it's like tender fucking vittles. Or maybe it's respect for the family. I don't really understand it.
Jeff wants to know what everybody's drinking today. I went cheap and I got my Yuengling out. So I did had some Canadian bourbon or whiskey, I guess.
I'm drinking Vietnamese breast milk.
Ernest is drinking a peach slurpee.
A peach slurpee. Slurpee. You and Lawless with the slurpees. Concussion on the Uruguayan guy. Yeah, something like that. Jose Reyes says water. He's drinking water. They played Earnhardt dying on a loop for weeks. They did. They just don't do it anymore.
Times they are a change. A nice ball, Reina.
Come on. No!
He's offside.
Oh! Ow! Why don't you shoot that? Get selfish, McKenny.
God.
What the? Why are you passing it? No one was on you. You had plenty of space to operate, and Balogun's offsides. Can we have some greedy people on this team? Can we get one fucking greedy-ass Ronaldo-like player on this team? Jesus ass. Balogun looks pretty shaken up. The goalie does
Yeah,
too.
that was a heavy hit, man.
Turns out you could have gone to the liquor store and bought a case of beer, Brett.
It'd be 45 minutes of stoppage time.
Jeff says it's offsides. It was offsides. It was purely evident. Should have been evident to McKenny. And no one was standing in front of him. He had a wide open fucking shot from just outside the box or just inside of it. If he wanted to take a couple more dribbles and be a hero and have some balls.
Yeah, the reason why Jeff was saying that is then offside was because Holden was saying like they should look to see if he's onside.
Right there.
He's offside. No offside.
He's already offside. You got a big gap right at the top of the circle. You could have exploited and blasted one. Instead of being, I guess, unselfish to a guy that is clearly 5 yards off sides. God, and you say it all the time on our show, Brett. Shoot the fucking ball. We don't need to dribble the ball into the goal.
Whoa, that's how he hit the ground. Forehead into the ground. Ow.
He looks fine.
Ow.
The Uruguayan guy looked fine at first, but then it must have just hit him. Like,
yeah, 100% just hit him. Yeah.
I'm fucked. I'm lying back down.
Yeah.
I know Balogun called for it. I know he wanted the ball, but he was clearly offsides. And McKenny had a wide open space between the CBs he could have exploited and took a hammer to it. Hammer that shit.
Yeah, his forehead actually made contact first with the ground, and then it went down to his chin. It was a heavy hit, man.
He didn't break his neck because his feet were moving. I saw his feet move. So he'll be okay, I think. So I guess that's a penalty on Balogun.
Offside, yeah.
Oh, offsides, yeah. Yeah, right. Duh. That's why I added that part in the show. All right. Back outside. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Look all the fucking guns this. Brain just play that, man.
Jedi's going to come up to take it, the throw in. Okay. Okie dokie. Really needs
something, man.
Somebody needs to get greedy. Somebody needs to get greedy around here.
Balogun wants to be greedy.
That's two opportunities that guys are being too unselfish. You miss 100% of the goals that you don't shoot.
You never take, yeah.
At least the camera angle is better. Not on mine. Not on mine. There's still little ants. Like when I tell you this is a big fucking, this is a giant ass TV. They're like ants. Now, granted, I'm 10 yards away from it, but Jesus.
I'll say that's the nice thing about watching it on my computer screen is that I'm right there.
I suppose I could switch to that because I got another laptop, but it sucks.
Well done, Reina.
Good. Get it, Pulisic. Get it, buddy. Don't you dare call a foul on him for that. Good. Okay.
Pulisic's like, who the fuck am I throwing to? Christ.
That dude flopped like a fish. Pulisic cuts inside. Got it back to.
Bruce is so clutch on that fucking turn, man. That spin on a swivel. He's got that down pat, man.
Ream's got space. No, wrong pass. No, don't. Oh my God. That's the worst pass you could have made, Ream. You've got no coverage if you lose possession when you're that high up.
What?
Oh, we're fucked.
They blew the fucking whistle. And you're giving him a yellow card. What the hell are you saying play on for?
No shit.
Oh my God.
Is this ref completely idiotic?
No.
Who? Okay. Who is this dude? We need to know his name now. We need to look up who the ref is on U.S. Soccer.
Holy shit.
Who's the ref?
Hold on.
This guy's catastrophic. He's catastrophic.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I can't believe Ream got back there to save the day. I really can't. Gregg is PO'd.
The referee is Gay Ortega.
Who?
This is an entire Peruvian squad. Ortega. Watch this. Okay, foul. Okay. He plays it quickly. You can't just do that.
No, not when you're handing out yellow cards.
You're giving a yellow card, dude.
There is no ref in the Premier League that would let that happen. You see Adams like, I just got my ass burned. Help. As soon as Ream kicked that ball, I freaked. I'm like, why? Why there? You're now going to be completely vulnerable. I don't know what that pass was by Ream.
Wow.
Yeah, he did get back and save the day.
Oh, my God.
I give him that. He didn't quit on the play. So I give him credit for that. But, man, that was a very risky pass when you've taken the ball that far into the opponent's end. You're basically leaving Richards on an island all by himself because of both of our wing back, our right back and our left back, are pushed so high up the field. It's like Richards was there all by himself. We're lucky with Adams helping out.
Adams and or Moose, I forgot which one it was there, but still.
Adams, yeah. Oh, shit! Jedi. Almost another one of those accidental assists for the other team. And he's got a cast on. He break his arm?
He had it on last game, too.
But I thought it was more of a wrapping last game.
Oh, is it more of a cast now?
Yeah, it looks like an actual cast now.
Okay.
All right, Reem getting all fancy again here. No, what are you doing?
Musa didn't go to that. I blame that more on Musa, actually.
But no, you can't make that pass, though, Brett. Is all I'm saying. It's too risky.
Hey,
I get it, Musa. I get it. Musa was lethargic. But I'm not risking that pass, period. Not out of the back with no protection. Oh, this game is giving me just crazy pill stuff, as Jeff Pettibone says. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Chris Richards playing more like Cliff Richards. That is a great boomer joke. Because nobody alive outside of boomers will know who Cliff Richards is. Brett, you don't know who Cliff Richards is.
No.
Yeah, that's before your time. It's more like my parents' time. He was an English pop star. He did have a hit in the 80s. But that's still before your time.
BMR says, who the fuck is Cliff Richards?
Just wiki him. He's a former pop star from England. I think he's still alive. Or no, maybe he just died a few years ago.
John says, I want the ref from last match.
This guy's worse. This guy's worse.
This is unreal, this ref.
GGG getting canned. Canned, says Al Wolfa. The guy with blue hair, I guess, got a knock in the nose.
Yeah.
Got a bloody nose. That's some ugly ass hair, though. It's not even light blue. If he was light blue and fit in with the kit,
jersey and everything, yeah.
Okay, good header by Reem.
Musa.
Jesus.
Come on, guys. Gotta wake up, man.
Yeah, I think that's an actual cast on Jedi now. I don't think it's just a wrap. Now he stops
I don't
it.
even know what happened.
I don't either. Now he stops it and he says it's on my whistle. Let's see.
Adams, you got to watch out, man. You already have a yellow card.
Yeah, he's coming off at halftime. He needs to be really careful though to survive halftime with that yellow.
Let's see. If by some god we win, also Panama wins. Right now, Panama we have a +1. Panama has a 0.
Right.
But if we win, that means we're going to at least have a +2.
Right.
So Panama will have to get like another 2 goals for us win, of course, and us win.
Yeah, we're
there. You
really...
go. Michael said it a lot better than us. Panama has to win at least 3-0 if we win 1-0.
Correct. That is correct. He did say it better than us.
100% better. So clear.
This is the one time tonight you don't want to be rocking the song Panama by Van Halen.
No.
Panama!
Blob a goal!
I wish I knew the lyrics.
Get scored on!
I'm trying to remember the other lyrics.
That's a great angle. I love this camera angle right now. Oh my God.
This is so much better.
But it's so low. You can barely see half of it.
I mean, it's the extreme opposite of the other angle.
Yes, yeah. Find the middle ground somewhere.
Maybe this is the angle they were going to have for the whole game, but it broke, and they had to replace it.
Maybe. It's much better. It's better. You can actually see who's who now.
Yeah, it is much better. You can't see as broad of the field.
Yes, thank you.
So,
That's what I was trying to get at.
So, seeing the tactics is going to be a little more difficult on a grand scale, but that's the good part about the ant view is like you can see almost the whole field, right?
Wizard Dragon says Balogun isn't 100%. Looks like Pepe's getting dressed. Oh, Bal's down, yeah.
I'm really shocked it's not Josh Sargent, honestly.
He's been freaking brutalized all game.
Yep.
God, that sucks though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while for Pepe as far as scoring goals and etc. So
Bal has been so fire all tournament so far.
Placata says, quit crying about the television angles and buy a bigger TV. Dude, I can't buy a bigger TV than this. This is as big as it gets. As big as it gets. Okay, I'm sure if I were a freaking millionaire, I could buy like a one that's as big as a movie screen. I'm not going to do that. I got pictures to hang up on my wall and stuff like that, But this is pretty big. That's what she said. What size is your TV? I guess I better go measure it because I don't know.
Diagonal, Derek.
Got to go measure it. It's bigger than my parents' TV, and they got a big ass one. All right, here we go. Game back on. We got 5 more minutes to go here until halftime. If you want to sync with us, we are currently at 41-0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where we're at. Okay. Pepe comes on, immediately gives it away, but at least he's coming back to play defense. Turn it.
No, you didn't call the handball now. He's what? What is happening?
You're gonna call handball for that?
What is happening?
That's advantage, you an idiot. It's got to be the dumbest thing ref I have ever seen. His IQ should be checked. It's advantage.
Oh my God.
Boy.
Better be his last game of reffing. Christ almighty.
I doubt it.
Wow, what the hell was that touch?
Cannonball. That was a horrible touch. Who was that?
Musa.
Oh, Jesus. Musa's having kind of a fuck up of a game here so far. Not the whole thing, but he's made mistakes that have put us in serious jeopardy. Then again, so has Reem. But then he's also saved our ass, too.
I can't believe Placata says this ref is so biased. I mean, it makes it look like it, right?
Well, I guess he's South American. Seems like he's rooting for the South American team.
That's what I mean. I'm not going to say that, but it makes it look like that.
I am saying it. I'm saying it. Because why not? Oh, boy. All right. Things are starting to look itchy, scratchy. The Itchy and Scratchy Show. Yeah. Pepe, Pulisic, burned him. Pulisic burned him. Can he get it back to Pepe? No. Damn, that's a great move, Pulisic. That guy's underwear is still on the field.
The Wizard Dragon says the broadcast team is saying that the rest had experience, which he is. And they've said it a number of times. But I mean, don't throw them in Copa. Make him do other shit first.
So what you're saying is they hired a virgin for this game?
Yeah.
We don't need a virgin. We need somebody who's experienced. We don't need a porn star experience, but we need somebody who's, been in and outside the box a little.
Still 1-0 Panama.
Panama. Yeah, having a virgin ref in a huge game like this is stupid. Need somebody who's wet their whistle. people still say that? Or is that an old person saying?
Just looking at the stats for the game, possessions, like nearly 60-40. Panama, they have the same amount of shots. I mean, there's no underlying factor as far as who's really dominating who in this match, but just from looking at the stats.
Is that an American saying too?
What?
Wet your whistle?
I mean, I've definitely heard it here at the stateside.
Okay. All right. Well, we're coming near the end here. You would hope.
No. There's at least going to be 10 minutes of stoppage time.
Yeah, that's true. There's going to be a big chunk of it, at least. But again, this is a virgin referee, so he might just forget to add the time.
There's a lot of booing going on. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Booing?
Yeah, imagine 5 minutes of stoppage time.
That's it?
5 minutes.
I mean, all those dudes laying on the ground half dead for like 10 minutes total, we get 5? I mean, kind of fine with it because let's just go into halftime and see if we can't make some adjustments. Gregg. Cowboys used to whistle to the cattle on the trail, and when they'd stop into the bar, says Broken Furnace, they would wet their whistle. I was using it more in a sexual way than a drinking way, but I've heard it used both ways. There is a saying in Europe that's similar in Germany. It's not exactly similar, but it's close. I can't remember it right now. Has something to do with your schwanz. Schwanz. That's your rod in German.
Gotcha.
Schwanz. Okay, ball bouncing around. It's falling to Pepe, who gets it to McKenny, who
Reina
almost got it to Reina.
I would have preferred Reina to shoot that right there. Just take it with your right foot, just curl it.
One time. First time.
He was trying to nutmeg him and just, come on, man. It would have been great if he did. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, just put that on. Just touch it.
So you're saying the stats say this game's fairly equal?
Again, just looking at the stats, that doesn't it's about 56-44 possession. Panama's had 235 passes to 187.
I don't care about
the same pass accuracy.
I don't care about Panama.
Oh, they're talking about that game. You talking about this game?
Yeah. We got stats yet on this one?
Oh, on this game? I can pull them, take a look.
I mean, I care about Panama not scoring a whole lot of goals.
Yeah.
But watch it, McKenny. Be careful. Got to be aware of people behind you. Man, Scally just got snapped.
Uruguay 44 to 46, 159 passes, 137 pass accuracy, 75-74. It's about average. It's very similar except for shots.
How many shots on goal do we have?
We have one shot on goal and one shot.
See, that's shit because we should have at least 4. But Pussy's passed up on shots to make passes that were unnecessary. No, we need greedy motherfuckers. We need people who want to score. That's what we need right now.
Jeff is asking, did you get a card Scally?
Probably, yeah.
Oh my god. Man, it's a shame Lawrence couldn't be on here right now to watch this.
Yeah, he's actually reffing a game right now. I tell you what, if I'm a referee, soccer referee, I'm like, what do you mean I have to, during a U.S. men's national team game, I have to go ref a game? What?
Yeah.
We got the usual Callahan, BJ, and Gregg conversation going on here. Balogun's on the sideline. He is looking horrible.
We know at halftime, Gregg's gonna bring Cardoso in for Adams.
Yep.
It's one of those things like I'm sitting here going, I'd almost like to see go back to the double pivot of Moose and McKinney, put Gio as the attacking midfielder, bring in Haji right.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
Get another physical body in there.
I just don't see us playing a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
I'd like to, but I don't think we're going to do it. Like Gregg tried it one time and 2 times, and looked like maybe Gregg had been won over to the 4-2-3-1 that BJ started while he was gone.
Really? God damn it. Turner.
Fuck Turner. Got a screw loose.
You got an entire field you can kick it onto, and you kick it directly out of bounds.
And don't smile about it. He smiled. Like it was funny that he's that bad. Watch it, Scally.
Scally's limping around right now.
Yep.
Just get to half, man. Just to get to half, man.
Quick counter before the half? No, too late, Musa. Too late, brother. It's too late. Jedi had already made the run. Jesus
Thank goodness
Christ.
Adams wasn't paying attention.
Off of Pepe's chest.
Nice ball,
Great
Reyna.
One-time pass out wide to Jedi, who crosses it. No one there. No one home. Reyna battling in the midfield for the ball. Adams, don't get a yellow card, homie. Don't throw a shoulder in or something that gets you another yellow before halftime. Looks like Uruguay want to go into halftime. If they didn't, that goalie wouldn't just be like fiddle fucking around with the ball back there. Refs let it go way beyond 5. We're into 6. There's the whistle. I want Soccer Boy Media says, I want ruthless soccer from the U.S. Men's National Team players. We have to be ruthless. We have to smell blood in the water. We just got to be more ruthless. It's that simple. That's kind of like going back to the old Klinsmann. We got to go out there and step on some toes. That's what he used to say.
God damn.
And you can be ruthless without getting red cards. You just got to know where the lines are, right?
Yeah.
Got to know. But yeah, you do got to go out there. You got to want it. Got to want it. Like, you never had that question about Dempsey. You knew that motherfucker was going to take a shot. You knew he's going to take a shot.
Yeah.
You give him an inch, he's taking a shot. Same thing with Jermaine Jones. You give him an inch, he's shooting at shit. Here, McKinney has a clear opening between the two center backs because one of them's being edged over to the other side to cover the Balogun run, which was offsides, clearly to everybody. You said it before the pass was even made. And he still makes the pass to a guy he knows he's offside, and he's got like this. It was like a freaking ocean open to him. He needed to take one touch to the right and blast that shit into the upper right-hand corner. And if you miss it, you miss it. But don't be a chicken shit. That's what that looked like, chicken shit.
Well, I mean, and then Reyna had the same issue, though, too.
Yes.
He tried to do the nutmeg at the top of the box, but all he had to do was just put it on shot, put on goal.
First time.
If the keeper makes a save, he makes a save, but put it on goal.
Yeah, I mean, we got one shot on goal after all of that we just watched. That's just ridiculous.
One shot, period. Not even on goal. Just one shot. One shot on goal, but one shot, period.
That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. The amount of opportunities that we had in this first half in their final third to only have one shot on goal shows there are a bunch of chicken shits out there right now. Nobody willing to take a shot. Nobody willing to take responsibility. Nobody willing to take a shot from outside the box. Take it. You never know what happens. Deflections happen. You know, the goalkeeper slips. It hits the bar, bounces out. You get a deflection. Jesus.
I mean, look what Panama did to the U.S. Shot just outside the box. Somehow it went between legs and trickled in.
Trickled.
Yeah. Trickled in.
High red card, says Gabriel Fernandez. USA hanging on by a thread. Yeah, it's been sketchy at times for sure. For sure. Jose Lopez says these guys don't know what to do in the box. Apparently, some of them do. They have children. They should know what to do in the box.
Well, I mean, Pulisic, Reina, and Balogun are up top, so none of them have children.
That's
West,
true.
Musa. Adams is the only one with children outside of our defenders.
Reem has several children. Yeah.
That's outside of our defenders, yeah.
Yep.
And you know what? He tried to get a header on goal, so there's that.
He did. Ashton Mook says this ref sucks ass, tosses salad. Something like that.
Somebody else said it above it. Said, like I couldn't believe it could get worse than the El Salvadorian ref. Unreal. Curious to hear what the people in Fox have to say about this.
All right. I'm curious.
That's cool.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'll try to keep it low.
Turkey, yeah. Yeah.
Is Lawless covering this? He's got to be.
He'll be in there, yeah. Guarantee. He's been in all the other ones.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that he made Dempsey, who's 6'1", look small today, and so I went and looked it up. Wallace was 6'6". I guess he is that tall.
What?
Yeah.
6'6", is he?
Yeah. 6'5", 6'6", somewhere around there. He makes Dempsey look really quite small when they're standing next to one another.
6'3". He's 6'3".
Oh, he's got to be taller than that.
I mean, that's what Wiki says, so I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. But
because it says Dempsey 6'1", and it's like you and me standing next to each other. You make me look like a midget.
Maybe it's posture.
Could be. Maybe Wallace is shrunk. I don't know, but he looks like a large mammal. I remember when we met him in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
he was quite a large mammal.
See, he's the Lawless is 191. 1.91 meters. Why do you do meters there and the other one's like centimeters?
I don't know.
Oh no. So it's 1.91 meters and Dempsey's 1.85 meters. So significant difference.
Someone said I heard Loss is packing down there too.
Daniel said that, yeah.
I have never asked him. So I don't know.
Get another beverage. I will right before the game starts. I said that though before the first, but I'm going to make sure I do it before the second.
Jeff does say, where was the intensity last game? I agree that this is way better intensity. I will give the team credit for that. They definitely look like they came out like with a mission in mind, which is great. By the way, there were 300 and there were almost 350 people at one point. We're at like 330 or somewhere around there. Make sure you like, subscribe, share it with your grandma and your stepsister. Thank you for being here tonight and watching this game with us. We're having a lot of fun, although it's been a little stressful. It's been a little stressful. Packing a red rocket, says Jose Lopez. Brett, get another beverage. Hopefully you weren't dumb enough to go up there and not bring enough for the rest of the game.
Well, I've got a fridge down here. I was going to, when I went to go make a drink while the injury was occurring, I was like, well, I'm not going to run upstairs and make myself an actual beverage. I'll just have one of these light beers.
I am drinking vodka, and this is Sunkist Zero.
Okay.
I'm taking a Canada Dry break.
Big K orange soda Zero. I got that upstairs.
It's actually the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, all the Big K stuff is just name brand, but not is just labeled otherwise.
Right. It's cheaper because they don't do commercials for it.
Yeah.
Not that I haven't seen a Sunkist commercial in years, so
that's fair too.
I think the last one I saw was when they got sued. Was it when they got sued by George Harrison for using "Here Comes the Sun"? And I think it's because Yoko Ono let them do it without his approval.
I think Lawless is his chair up higher. He does look a solid, like 3 or 4
Oh,
inches.
no, I was
tall.
talking when they were standing next to one another. Lawless looks like at least 4 inches taller than Dempsey. Unless Dempsey shrunk. They're not standing when next to each other now. It's all American coverage on Fox. We got Rob Stone, Clint Dempsey, my cousin, Carly Lloyd, and Alexi Lawless.
I think Rain was far out wide for taking a shot there.
Yeah, it would have been a tight angle. I get it. But the pass wasn't on. It really wasn't on.
His studs weren't. I'm going to open up a can of words here, but his studs weren't up there. It still came down and clobbered him.
I'm not to the studs yet.
Ouch.
He got hammered. Bam, stepped on his foot. His ankle. And then Tim, look at him. He's like, me? I'm getting a foul. I'm getting the card right there.
He's like,
God,
play on.
Oh,
no way.
I'm sorry. That whole McKinney thing. Just rewatching it.
You can't stop the play to give him a card and then call him the play on.
Dude, how are you 5 minutes ahead of me all of a sudden?
I'm at 37.50. 1, 2.
I don't know how you could possibly be this far ahead of me.
I'm at the sub right now. Balgan just came off.
I'm on Chris Richards.
Oh,
38.
damn, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck happened? We were totally synced up.
M. Stewart for $5 says, I can just imagine all the moral victories Gregg and his fanboys will bring up if we get grouped.
Martha, yeah. we totally appreciate that.
Martha Stewart, nice.
It's really cool to know all these celebrities watch our show.
Exactly, right? I still can't believe he called that handball when Pulisic had the run, the advantage run.
Yeah. Unless there's a rule we don't know about that a handball is not an advantage.
No. It's a foul. He had the advantage. No, there can be a rule about that.
Well, ask Lawrence when he's on the show here.
No. So, sorry, Brent Shelby. I'm not saying that the issue isn't that Adams got the yellow card for getting stomped. I'm not defending that. He shouldn't have gotten a yellow card. I'm not even sure I see a foul.
I think the other guy could have got the yellow card, Brent. That's what I've been saying.
I don't, but I'll drop it there.
It's just modern game, the way it is refereed.
His foot was sideways because it cleared it in the inside of his foot, and his gravity just took his foot down. It's not like his studs were up going into his shin. It's just him stepping down. Dude, now, you could call a foul against him. Sure, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying I don't think it was a yellow card on anybody.
Yep, Wallace is calling out the ref. He's completely out of his depth in this game. Yeah, I'm sorry. That studs up, tackle on the ankle. That's what it is, Brett. Sorry. That's a yellow card for the other guy, not Tyler. The referee is bad, says Carly Lloyd. He gives the yellow, and let's play go.
That's beyond me. That's such a weird thing.
I mean, do we have to have a guy who's a complete virgin with a 2-inch penis calling this game? Can we have somebody who's got some experience?
But here we go. We're entering the second half, and we're making 2 of our 5 subs right there. Done. This is my issue with playing Adams from the start, man. You get 45, you have to make a sub. It's.
And the problem is, your normal sub for Adams would have been Musa, and now Musa's already played 45 too.
Cardos is coming in though. I mean,
so he's going to be exhausted.
Unless Gregg ends up going to put more power up front and brings in Haji, like I said, and then pushes Reyna back. I'm not subbing Reyna out. Let me rephrase that too.
Placata, how do you know how big his penis is? Because he was over here last week hammering my asshole. That's how, Placata. And I said, "Are you in yet? Are you in?" I don't feel anything. Now, to give him a break, I'm kind of numb back there because I'm 52 and I've taken a lot of poops in my day.
Yeah, I called that too when you told Tech that, like, hey, just do what I'm doing and I'm done having sex with women. Ooh, we found the loophole, guys.
We all know why. I'm really done. Anyhow, that's why it was easy. I've had my kids. I've been divorced. I'm 52, and you know what? I just don't need the drama. I just don't need any drama in my life, man.
That's Derek. You just pay for it, and you don't have to worry about any drama afterwards.
Nah, I'd rather spank it. Spank the monkey. It's cost efficient. It's quicker. I certainly know
and it's a good forearm exercise,
Yeah, my left arm is getting huge. My left forearm. Look at how big that is for a left hand. It's crazy. I mean, it's now comparable with my other arm. And you always got to do it with the left because it feels like somebody else is doing it.
It's just a little less a little more awkward than using your dominant hand, right?
Yeah, because I'm very right-handed. The only thing I regret, Brad, is I didn't figure this out until after my divorce. I was always a righty for years.
Having a drink, be back.
All right. Was that Golden Earring song Shock the Monkey? Yes, it was. A Shock the Monkey reference. You were very good, Broken Furnace. Shock the Monkey. You got it, brother. Except I threw in spank. Let's see. What else we got? You think GGG adjusts by putting in Cardoso? GG is predictable as the rising sun. I would guess. I mean, we've been told 1,000 times that Adams can only go 45.
But Adams in the tunnel right there, though.
He is in the tunnel.
And there's Scally, too.
And he's talking to Pulisic about how you make babies. And that is a cast, by the way, on Jedi. Pepe was twisting his titties. Did you see that? That was weird.
You got to get excited,
He was giving himself a purple nurple. A double purple nurple. Be careful, Derek. You'll get Peronis. I don't have the genes.
You're wearing shorts.
My dad has that Peronis disease. That's where your hand curls up and shit. And my brother has it because makes
it really easy, right?
They got all the Viking genes. And I got my mom's side of the genes. Because, my dad's side of the family are all Vikings and from the Isle of Man and all that shit. And my mom's side is German, Berber, Sami, Finn, Lithuanian.
Time is
I didn't get any of the Peronis disease.
45, 17, 18,
I have not 19, started.
20.
I kick.
Good Lord, I'm like 20 seconds ahead of you.
How did you gain 20 seconds during halftime? I don't understand.
They skipped a commercial, apparently.
As soon as they put the clock back up, I'll let you know.
Peronis is when your dick curves, according to Chad.
Oh, that's Peronis. I'm thinking of Vikings disease, which is...
okay. So, Derek, where you at?
45, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 if you want to sync up. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45.
I can't pause it. I'm like 20 seconds ahead of you, man.
How does that happen? It's ridiculous. You were able to pause it before.
And we keep trying.
By the way, my former drummer of my band, I guess going to be current because we're going to play one last show, by the way, in October. Daniel Tao is listening to our show in Michigan. I would call him a casual soccer fan.
All right, Derek, where you at?
Let's see. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. It would be good to be at least close. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47.
I have like 10 seconds ahead of you, man.
Jesus Christ. Maybe I'll catch up. Jenny Taft, the great granddaughter of President Taft, is giving us a report here. She weighs a whole lot less than her great grandfather, who was president of the United States. All right, I'm going to mute it. So anyhow, yeah, Daniel, I'm glad you're listening in Michigan. Thank you for texting me. I hope this game lives up to all the nice things I've said about our players individually in our discussions in the past. The Pulisics, the McKennies, the Adamses, the Mooses, the Reynas. I know I've spoken very highly of this team, which is why you were confused when you keep watching and we suck. And of course, I explained that Berhalter's why we suck. Hopefully, we can pull this one out. But thanks for watching, Daniel.
God, this is going to be tricky. We're so far apart from each other.
Yeah, it's really
I'm at
weird.
48, 17, 18, 19, 20.
You are literally 20 seconds ahead of me.
I even refreshed my screen hoping that it would, whatever, but
I don't know how that's possible. Maybe I could refresh my TV.
Maybe.
I don't
know how I'm going to do this and not ruin it for you.
Here, I'm going to try it. Oh, it just threw another fucking commercial in when I refreshed it.
Yeah, I know. They did the same thing to me, too. I can't pause. Every time I pause it and hit play again, it cuts me right back to live. The Fox Go app does not allow me to do it on the interwebs.
I am at 49:04, 5, 6, 7, 8,
15, 16, 17.
We're closer. We're closer.
Yeah.
We're about 5 seconds apart now. Okay. Daniel says, thanks for the shout out. Ha ha. Daniel, we have talked so much about the band and our days. Feel free to enter the chat too and pass on any memories you have of playing in Brando for, oh my God, how many years was it? 99 through, and then we're not done yet. We're not done. We're going to be playing a show in Bloomington in October. It'll be our last hurrah, Brando. I'll be lucky to survive it. Lucky to survive it. Why? Because by the time the show is over, my voice will be completely dead and gone. I probably won't be able to talk for at least a week. I wish I could fast forward. I really do. I mean, I can look into that. Fast forward and pause controls are currently disabled. You cunts.
You fuckers.
Whew.
Broken Furnace wants to know if that was Daniel recorded on the Brando tracks.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was me. I love Daniel, but I was kind of a lone wolf recorder. Almost every single instrument on that record, unfortunately, is me. I think Kenny played guitar on one of the songs, and another friend of mine, Jeremy, played drums on one of the songs. But other than that, all the instruments on the album are moi. That's just kind of how I rolled in the old days. I think if I had to do it over, I might.
Nice press by Reyna.
I might change that. It sucks that you're 5 seconds ahead, but it's
Yeah.
better than being.
I mean, it looks
20
like
seconds.
It looks like they kind of went to almost double pivot because McKinney was generally playing higher.
Right on. Oh, what a launch. By the way, Broken Furnace Recordings. You are a record label, right? If you are, do you want to double release my album? Or re-release it and promote it?
Ooh, nice ball, Reina. Sorry,
just asking because I think you do a better job. Come on, Jedi. All right. Get it back. He did. Oh, man, they almost pulled his pants off. Reina and Jedi just battling over there on the left. Get to it. Come on, McKinney. Get your fat ass up there. Damn it.
Tank P says, same Derek, I use Ableton. I'm guessing I pronounced that properly. What do you use to record?
Used a Tascam 424 MK3. 4-track. I know, it's crazy. It's a 4-track. But I used a lot of digital cheats to get by that. So instead of like bouncing a bunch of tracks all the time, I would record the first 4 tracks and then I would mix them down to a CD recorder and then bounce them back onto the 4-track, taking up 2 tracks and keep going. So I was able to add, I think it probably did 16, 17 tracks per song.
Skelly's still sort of limping around a bit. Like a little sense. Oh, maybe No, I'm looking at. Ooh. And maybe he just looked a little sensitive hopping around a bit, but. Nope, never mind. Skelly went down apparently.
We are currently at, or I am, 54. 5001, 5401, 5402, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you do that still 5 seconds ahead of me?
Sorry, I'm 54, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, you're about 5 seconds ahead.
Scally's down right now.
All right, ready for some Shaq Moore? Anybody ready for some Shaq Moore? Because that's what we're going to get, people. The old Tascam.
Hey, fuck that. Pull Moose or McKinney back there.
Was an MK3, so it's old for sure. For sure.
Nope, there's Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore is getting ready.
Mr. Moore is getting ready.
More Shaq. Yes, more Shaq indeed, guys. That's what we're about to get. As Scally has apparently been skull fucked in the leg. And is probably not.
Coach telling Moore, hey man, don't fuck up, man. don't fuck up here, okay?
Oh yeah. Shaq's definitely looks like he's coming on. They're giving him instructions. That's never a good sign. And
please, in the case of all irony and everything, let Shaq Moore prove us wrong.
Scally's holding his hip.
I want an assist by Shaq when he enters.
Oh. Daniel says his UTV is denying him to watch the game for the first time. He's up in Michigan right now. So he's following the game basically by watching us. Well, I wish we would do better play-by-play, but we really don't necessarily do play-by-play. But the game is currently 0-0 versus Uruguay. We are currently around somewhere in the middle of the 56th minute. And Shaq Moore looks like he will be coming on for Joe Scally, or did he not? Looks like Joe's still out there, dude.
Yeah, no, he's trying to fight through it.
Jedi nearly got burned there by Uruguay's right winger. But we're okay. This Ruth and his whole team from Peru. Did you say Peru?
Yeah.
What a crap team that of referees it's been so far.
Oh, yeah.
It's a corner. It's a corner.
Should have been, yeah.
Should have been a corner for Uruguay. I think it ends up being a goal kick. And we are playing it out of the back.
Man, what is
Tim
Ream's distribution, man?
I don't know.
It's been shit all fucking tournament.
I mean, he did hit his head early in the game, remember?
Yeah.
Maybe,
but it hasn't been that great all tournament, though.
Maybe he's partially concussed. Want to thank all 320 of you watching right now. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share it with your grandma, as well as your stepsister. Especially, she's hot. Marcia. All right.
Wow.
Uruguay trying to do a quick counter here. We're in the midfield. McKinney trying to defend one-on-one. And somehow the Uruguayan guy just like fell to the ground. Didn't look like McKinney even touched him. He just fell on the ground and got a foul. Is that all it takes these days? That's all it takes. That wouldn't pass for a foul in the Premier League. I can tell you that much.
It wouldn't pass as a foul if it was Uruguay fighting or fouling us.
Gregg giving instructions to Jedi on the sidelines. Pepe trying to, couldn't keep possession. Ball blasted.
The funny thing is, if we had beaten Panama, going into the 60th minute, tied 0-0 to Uruguay would be considered kind of a decent result.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the timing is that we don't need a decent result right now. We need a great result.
Yeah, we need a couple goals. Just one right now would do it. We need one goal.
Get off your foot, Blissett. Come on, man. I
love that McKenny's like, fuck off, Jedi. I'm taking this throw in.
Yeah.
It was a good throw in, too. Jedi back to McKinney kicks it out of bounds. Can you try to pause again, you think?
Go to whirl.
See if we get closer. Maybe I'll refresh again and see if we can get closer.
I'm at 37, 38, 39, 40.
Yeah, still 6 seconds ahead of me. 5 to 6.
Not even pause for me.
That's weird. How did that happen during halftime? That's just crap. That's what I say. You know what I'm going to do? I'm turning my whole system off. And then
I'll let you know anything good happens. Uruguay is currently pressing us around our box. Passing around.
Around her box? Yep. All right.
Horrible time for you to turn off.
Oh,
Jedi was just enough to get a pass on the cross. Ream heads it out. Just outside the box now. Uruguay has the ball back.
A lot of people say McKinney needs to come out.
I mean, he has moments from time to time, but yeah, his touches and plays just aren't quite there.
All right, oh no, they're playing every time I come back on, they play a commercial before I get
There's zero reason why McKinney should have been a 90-minute player all 3 games here.
Right.
Zero reasons.
I am at 60, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54,
56, 57, 58, 59,
You're
60.
about 3 seconds ahead now.
Yeah, that's better.
It got better. It got better.
Yeah.
All right.
Newt. Better.
Too many Monty Python watchings, apparently.
Oh, nobody's paying attention.
Between the two of us. What is going on, Jedi? You got to pay attention, dude. And the guy who passed it. Was that Musa? You got to pay attention.
Musa was running down the line, and Reyna was holding his run up. But it's kind of a pass between both of them.
A lot of Americans in the stands with kind of blank stares right now. Blank stares. Blank stares. And Daniel, if you're listening to this still, I got to tell you, man, when you got players to play for Juventus and Bournemouth,
AC Milan,
Dortmund, and AC Milan, and in the top 5 leagues in the world, basically our whole starting lineup, you should be able to be competitive here. In fact, the on several betting sites, U.S. was
Bolivia have scored.
Good, awesome, Bolivia. So this tie will currently get us through if that tie holds true.
Yep.
If Bolivia remains tied with Panama, then if this score holds true, we will get through into the knockout rounds.
Still waiting for either Soccer Way or Google to react to it.
If we lose this game, we're out. It won't matter. Gregg with the bounce pass. Oh, come on. Pulisic.
I know they said Bolivia scored, but nobody's updating.
God, I haven't said Pulisic's name
There it is, finally.
In like 20 minutes. Have we said Pulisic's name in 20 minutes?
Not really. It's been played on the left most of this half.
Yeah, he's out there on the right, just not being used.
Like they're VAR checking it. It better not be anything.
Like the ugliest whore in the prostitution ring. They're checking what on VAR?
Goal.
They're playing.
The VAR goal. The
Bolivia
goal.
The Bolivia goal. You got to treat me like a drug addict, Brett.
Sorry, we're talking about the Bolivia goal, so.
I'm watching this game. My brain is elsewhere. Oh, my God. Ream got away with that somehow.
Yeah, I know.
And Turner hacks it up the field. I don't know what Jedi was doing there. That was weird. That's a risky pass. That's a risky pass. Right middle pitch. That's a risky pass. What the hell is going on? Why are we doing risky passes in our own final third? What are we doing here? And why is Adam still on the pitch with a yellow card? He's lucky not get another one. The Peruvian idiot virgin ref thankfully didn't give anybody a card for that. Oh, and it was Reyna who hacked him, not Adams.
VAR claimed goal was good for Bolivia. It's still 1-1.
Looks like.
Why would you even tell the players that? Just say, hey, don't make them think that the game's still on, God damn it.
Fucking A. Turner, you got to push that to the side, not right back in front of you. Yeah. You know what? I think Turner does better. Like 3 years ago on that. Is that going to be an offside check? Yes, it is. And, well, the guy who headed it and the guy who scored weren't offsides. The guy on the...
Was the guy after the header, though? Was he onside, though?
I guess they're going to check that. Somebody said, we don't do... the straight red card tends to be ambiguous during watch-alongs. Ambiguous? I don't think we're ambiguous. We're not doing play-by-play. We could.
Yeah, look, no, he's offside. He's offside.
Okay, I think we're going to survive this then.
Oh, my God.
But Matt.
Oh, my God.
Matt. That's got to be pushed to the side. To your right. And now we got to depend on this ref who's got an IQ of 82 to get this call right. What's Joe saying here?
Hold on. Yeah, he's saying after the head, the guy was offside. So, right there. That guy's offside, yeah.
Dr. Joe, there's the first header from Uruguay, and you can see Oliveira is offside. There's two offside, in fact, and it goes to him.
Yep.
So, my feeling is that this is going to be offside. The U.S. get away with one off. Crazy sequence there. Goal goes in for Bolivia, they're through. Goal goes in for Uruguay, they're out.
You know, the one goal against Bolivia, they called offsides. He didn't have to go to VAR. He just took VAR's word for it. The VAR should come back and say that's offside. Call it offside.
And so he shouldn't even have to go look.
Shouldn't.
Referee listening on the headset. The fate of two nations here. At stake on this
Adams is laughing at Valverde.
Everybody else is saying it too. It shouldn't be taking this long.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason in the Euros, it's been really fast. But for this tournament, it's been really, really ass slow. Yeah, they're going to call him over to go look at it, I guess. He's telling Nunez, get out of my face.
You call it a fucking goal. What the hell?
Well, we're fucked, folks. Unfortunately, Gregg is going to have an excuse because that was offsides.
We don't get an announcement of the decision since the decision was upheld. But the evidence of what we saw suggests that is the incorrect. Listen, there have been a couple have come out and said, boys, Pavito should have been sent off for Canada.
We need a goal now, period.
Dude, CONMEBOL is coming out and stating, I don't know if you still have your audio on, but CONMEBOL is coming out stating how they fucked up on VAR calls all Copa. God.
Wow. We had a horrible ref versus Panama. Now we got a horrible ref against Uruguay. Matt, be careful, please. Thank you. But don't kick it into the fucking stands. What is Matt doing? Right now, we are currently in third in our group, which means we're going out. And who would have thought going into this tournament we would end the group at 1-0-2?
Oh my God.
How's it getting out of control, though, Stu? Here comes Sargent, baby. Looks like we're going to have a couple strikers up top and move to a 4-4-2.
I'm guessing Gio's coming off. My guess.
That'd be my guess.
I mean, I wouldn't take him
or McKenny. Honestly,
take Adams off. He has yellow card right now. Push Moose and McKenny back.
Yeah,
and put Lena at the 10.
Could be Adams. 20 minutes to save Gregg's job. No way U.S. Soccer is going to blame this loss on Gregg. I can tell you right now, there is no way U.S. Soccer is blaming Gregg for this loss. They will clearly come out and say we were robbed. They will say we were robbed. And they'd be right. As far as what I've seen. Now, am I going to go back and rewatch that free kick? Probably.
Moose is coming off.
He hasn't been very good. So, okay. Makes sense. Who's going to get you a goal? Musa? No. Moose ain't getting you a goal. Moose is horrible in the final third. He's ass in the final third. He's been ass for his club. He's been ass for his country in the final third. He does a lot of good work. But final third, that ain't his cup of tea. I mean, working McKenny this hard for 3 games straight, that's crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Panama just scored.
Now we're really fucked. Now we need 2 goals. God damn it, Ream. What are we doing? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. Tim Ream. I mean, excuse me. Turner had to go over there, cover that space.
I think it's safe to assume at this point.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume we're done. Unless we get a miracle. Or unless Bolivia score again. But even then, we still need to score at least one.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So here's... Oh, is it Richards' left foot? Oh, come on.
You're showing the replay again. It's not even close.
They said that it was Richards' left foot that kept him on.
It's lights being drawn on the screen. That is insane. Insane. And that's what I'm saying. There's so many factors that go into that where... And that's not going to be a yellow card, by the way, as Pulisic gets cleaned out of the end. U.S. players are serious. Yeah, but they got to find a way to refocus. They got to find a way to execute.
How did this ref get this job?
And look, I think we need to hammer this home because it's a big talking point in the game, that goal. We saw a very close decision with Germany and Denmark in the Euro, and everybody was saying, look, he's offside by a toe. The difference being it's different technology. We have technology in the ball as far as a chip and a sensor.
Hey, man, if you need to turn yours down or...
Yeah, I'm going to turn it down a little.
Because I hear yours echoing through mine. And... No, shoot that!
Shoot! What the hell? Shoot it!
Shoot! There's nobody in the freaking goal!
Oh my God, McKenny. What are you doing, dude? Why are
you
you
using the goal?
Pure cowardice.
What the fuck?
Hate to say it. Hate to say that.
Oh my God.
Goal's wide open. Nobody's even in there. The ball's at your foot. I get it's your left foot. So
no, he had it pulled into the middle. He had his right foot right there. Fucking hell.
Oh, McKenny or Pulisic looks like he's been hitting his tallywhacker. Nope, is that his thigh?
Watch this replay.
Let's see.
No, you're right. Never mind. Hey, you know what? That might have been a trickier shot than they gave it credit for.
He could have quickly popped it to his right. It would have been a tough angle.
Panama scored again, Wizard. Fuck. Hopefully, you're still talking about a second goal.
Please tell us Panama is not up 3-1. This is starting to feel like Cuba. Everything's going against us.
Well, the announcers haven't mentioned anything about it, so I'm hoping that's still talking about the second goal. But it doesn't matter. We need 2 goals or a Bolivia goal at this point.
We need a Bolivia goal. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Or it's over. It's over. It's over. As Roy Orbison once sang, it's over. It's over. All right. Well, here we go. Ball's back in play. Here we go. They do have 2 strikers on the field, and it looks like that Sargent's moved up top and Pepe's moved out wide. So I'm not sure we really changed our formation at all.
I haven't heard Sargent's name. I haven't been paying attention, I guess.
Yeah, he's on there.
Oh, just the color, man. His hair doesn't look as bright as red as I'm used to seeing.
McKinney does not have the legs to catch up with the ball, I guess. It's a pretty decent catch by Turner on that save. On the Uruguay goal, however, I did think he had the opportunity to hit the ball with his hands and brush it to the side. And instead, he popped it straight. Was it offsides? Yes. Seemed to be to me. On that replay, Brett, where they drew the lines.
Yeah.
I thought it still looked offsides. Am I wrong? Or
they were hounding on Richard's left foot. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and look again.
Now we're gonna have 3 strikers on. Here comes Haji Wright. Very odd that Haji Wright hasn't seen a single minute in this tournament until now. Very weird. Extremely odd. Adam's still out there. It's crazy almost. Sergeant hacked, so let's see what happens. Foul on Uruguay. Sergeant hacked. Haji is one of our hottest strikers, too. He's pretty fairly good looking. I'm kidding.
Wow, we're moving. We're going 3 back.
Who came off? Scally?
Yeah.
Going 3 in the back and going all balls out. Taking off the panties. Letting the ball swing left and right. The wind hitting them. Cooling them off as they swing left and right. Got to do it. Got no choice. Pulisic with the chipper. Right to the keeper. Very helpful. All right. We got 3 strikers on the field. Playing in the forward positions. Pepe, Sargent. Right. We need some quick transitions. Unless the ref does some more stupid shit. Again.
Handball and still advantage again. God damn.
Does this guy not know about the advantage rule in general? Like, is advantage not something he was taught? Maybe his IQ is lower than 82. Maybe it's like 75. This is one of the worst called games I've seen. Not to give anybody excuses or Gregg excuses. The players' excuses. Jesus, fuck. Is this rugby? I'm glad that Adams is nice about it, but Jesus, he got hammered. All right, folks, we're currently 80 minutes and beyond. We have 10 minutes to pull off a miracle. Bolivia are currently behind Panama, getting Panama into the next round. We would need to score and then score again in 10 minutes. As things sit now. Somebody said Tillman's not a Copa America. Well, he's there. He's just riding a lot of pine.
Jordan Morris's dog says it's so depressing I might have to go visit my stepsister.
Hey, man, whatever gets you through the night. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. It's all right. Ream, McKinney out wide. Throw in, another McKinney throw in. This will be one of his launchers. We need a goal soon, though.
McKinney does not want his balls wet.
Not in this circumstances.
Wow, it's the worst throw yet. McKinney, come on, man.
That was like a fucking knuckleball. But Tim Ream with that pass, that is sick. That's a sick ass one time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Get it. All right. Back to Ream. Ream's really pressured. He somehow squeezed. Or that was Jedi. Somehow squeezed that through. What? Shoot.
Corner kick.
Shoot. Shoot. Damn it. God damn it. He seemed to kind of fumble there for a second. Did Sargent. But dude, now we got 6'2" Sargent, 6'1" Ream, 6'3" Richards. We got a bunch of tall guys in the box. Good delivery needed. Nope. It's a clusterfuck. It's a clusterfuck. And the clusterfuck did not work out for us.
Well done, Jedi.
They're countering. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move.
Haji, right? Not a great touch.
Oh, Haji. What was that first touch, dude? Reyna's still on the pitch. Why isn't he taking the corners? I mean, yes, Pulisic's corners have been better lately. There's this toe.
There's that toe.
It's the toe. Richard's toe. Keeps everybody on sides. Turner's. Brett, do you not agree with me? Turner
What?
can.
Oh, he could have done better. I agree. Yeah.
He could. Yeah.
I mean, the upcoming friendlies we have, whatever, like September, whenever they are, we need to start bringing in different goalkeepers. We need to give other people chances. I don't care at this point. Turner's really just not doing it for me.
Yeah. Now's the time.
Fuck's Reyna doing it right back area.
I suppose somebody has to cover that space. with Jedi so far up the left, you know.
Panama entering, or they're in the 90th minute, still up 1 or still 2-1. Does not bode well.
Yeah, we really need them to score a couple goals, Bolivia, please.
Panama just scored, it looks like. Yep. We're done, guys.
We're done. We're done. Need miracle. Not going to happen. Gregg has failed. Unfortunately, he can blame, and the press or media will probably allow him to blame way up for the first one and the ref for the second one. Yep. Hey, the vampire's coming on. Suarez is going to probably come on here soon. That's just for reach arounds and jollies at this point, because this game is, for all intents and purposes, it is done. We are going to finish third in our group, and this is an embarrassment. I don't know any other way to put it. You got to pass that at some point, dude. Gets back to him, though.
Twice in a row.
Peppy.
Shoot it! For love of God!
Dude! Shoot the goddamn ball! Oh, my God. How many people are going to pass up shots? I get it. We finally got a shot. But, all right, let's see who passed up the shot. Yeah. It was Haji.
Well, Haji shot it though. Yeah.
Haji had a curler though. He had a curler he could have put in there. Watch. Oh well, I'm not showing it. Replay it, please. Can we see it again? I want to see. Because I really thought at one point Haji could have, instead of passing that back to the middle, done a curler into the box. Right here. Right here. Nope. That was Reyna who could have done the curler. It was Reyna who passed up the curler.
Reyna passed it across to Haji, yes. I mean, he could have tried curling at far post, but I mean...
That's what I was thinking. Johnny for $2 says, screw my war hero, WW granddad. This is the GG. Brett, I'm allowing you to interpret that. I don't speak Johnny. And I have no idea what he's saying.
This is the golden generation, is what he's saying.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I've never been a big fan of dubbing this group as a golden generation.
Me either. At best, silver. Maybe bronze. Thank you, Johnny. Despite my inability to translate you, I do love you. Like a brother.
So yeah, everybody, people are pointing out that that Pepe was wide open on the right. If Haji were to square it up and pass it over, it would have been a tap in. Yeah. But I mean, a striker inside the box, he's going to take that chance, most likely. So, was there a better opportunity? Yeah, I'd say so.
Golden generation with shit rubbed all over it, says Wizard Dragon.
Hey, Tillman got some minutes.
Tillman's getting some minutes. By the way, stick with us after the game. We will do a review, and we will be having Lawrence Dockery from World Soccer Talk on the show. And he's the guy who asked the infamous question the other day that, hey, Greg, if you lose this game and we don't get out of the group versus after this Uruguay game, do you think your job's at risk? And by the way, Greg did not want Lawrence Dockery to get a question. We'll get some specifics about it because good save by Matt. I'm wondering if the only reason he got a chance to ask the question was because Cannonball was running the interviews. Because he's been banned from asking questions for some time now. So we're basically playing like one center back now. This is desperation time. Well, yeah, of course it is. There's 0 seconds left in this game.
There's more stoppage time this half than there was the first half. 6 minutes.
Johnny for $2 says GG for life. Yeah, it could be, man. We'll just see what Betty says and does after this. But, crazy thing, Klinsman got us to the semis of this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Did Bob?
No, Bob got burnt in that opening stages.
Who was the other manager that got us through to the semis? With that,
back to Winalda's era, I thought.
Bruce or Steve Sampson, either one of the two. I haven't looked it up. I don't remember. My brain is fried. But I thought it was Steve Sampson. Oh, God. It's getting hectic out there, but it's not getting better hectic. It's just hectic. Yeah, folks. Yeah. Steve Sampson in 1995 says Placata. Yep. He says Steve Sampson again. Yep. Thought I got that right. Sometimes when you get older, you don't trust your memories.
Only had his foot taken out, man. Pulisic is pissed that there's no call outside the box, man.
He's up in that Peru's face. Peru ref's face. Ortega. I think you said
Watch
his name
he
was.
gets clipped here. Oh. Never mind. Yep. I agree with Holden on this. Guy got man, that guy that Lawless is there every single game, man. He's traveling like crazy.
You would think surely Lawless has had a one-on-one with that guy by now.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, thanks for trying to be me.
Yeah.
Okay, we are at the 92nd minute, and there's +6, so we'll get another 3 or 4 here. U.S. definitely in, hey, panic mode. And with Panama up 3-1?
Yep. We need to score 2 goals.
Yeah, we're fucked. Oh, my brother texts into me. Uh-oh. Not looking good for the boys. I will respond to him with one word. Fucked. Yeah, so weird. No Mexico, no USA. The two teams
Canada.
that are Canada's made it. They're into the next round.
Yep, they said go Canada.
Oh, go Canada. I thought you said no Canada.
Oh no.
Yeah, Canada and Panama. Panama are going to make this out of CONCACAF. I'm not even sure what that dude was doing with his shoulders there. Just knocking it back out of bounds. Richards and whoever that is back there with him. Adams playing center back.
Gentlemen. Where's Pulisic one? Shoot it.
Shoot. Oh boy. Yeah. We got a roller. You got a roller on the field. A roller. Gregg is in his cubby hole. Definitely thinking about what ifs, but also probably not that worried about his job. I think he knows that Betty loves his muffins. However incompetently he bakes them. I do understand Gregg's frustration. You know what? I really wish that this loss was because of Gregg. And I just don't feel like it is. So I almost feel bad. I almost feel bad for him. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like
What's up, Lawrence?
What is up, guys? What's up?
Lawrence, we're about to lose. That's what's up right now.
That's why I turned it off. That's why I hopped on now. I was like, I can't do it.
Yeah,
we're going for punishment for the full 96 minutes.
Yeah, we're almost done here. Hey, man, thanks for coming on. By the way, for the people who don't know, the almost 400 people on here right now, this is Lawrence Doherty. He's from World Soccer Talk, and he happens to be amongst many other great journalists that have been on this show, like Brian Schroeder.
Final time. Game over.
Meg Swanick, Stephen Goff, and the late and great Grant Wall, RIP, have all been on here. And this guy had the balls to ask real questions. By the way, question to you, Lawrence. Now that this game is over, do you really think that Gregg's going to lose his job based on this?
Not at all.
Right.
Not a snowball's chance in hell.
Exactly.
I have a better chance at landing a date with Sydney Sweeney than not having.
Saying there's a chance.
Short of Gregg Berhalter being pulled over and discovered with a corpse and a kilo of cocaine in the trunk of his car, he's going to have this job.
Hey, we know people. We can make that happen.
But call. I mean, the rain has tried. It didn't work. So it's on to plan B.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, and as you just said, that U.S. soccer is going to be able to use, especially in this game, the ref, and in the other game, they're going to say Weah. And so this really isn't Gregg's fault. And so he's going to keep his job. So my question to you is, why ask him that when you know the answer? Because that pisses them off. That pisses them off.
Yeah. Because I've been wrong before. And I'm hoping this is a time where I'm wrong again.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, given the circumstances, it's a perfectly legitimate question.
It is.
Just because Michael Cameraman has been able to shield Gregg Berhalter from my questions at the 2 previous U.S. Men's national team games that I've done. Here's a little bit of backstory, right? The World Cup qualifier against Canada in Nashville. So for those that don't know, I live in the Memphis area. I'm in North Mississippi. So primarily I cover Memphis 901 FC in the USL Championship, the men's and women's teams at the University of Memphis. And for 2 years, I covered the now defunct Memphis Americans in the National Indoor Soccer League, which we'll go into that whole league is just, but I also just, this past December covered the NCAA Men's College Cup semis and national championship game in Louisville. So I've been covering games for 6 or 7 years now. Even prior to Gregg Berhalter's tenure, I'd covered a men's national team game. I've covered 2 U.S. women's national team games. And in all of the games I've ever covered, I've worn over 100 games in 9 different stadiums in 5 different states across this country. There have only been 2 times where I have not been allowed to ask a question after the game. 2021 World Cup qualifier against Canada in Nashville, and the 2023 friendly against Ghana, also in Nashville. The one in the Ghana one is hilarious because they won the game 4-0. So I wasn't going to be able to sit there and lob hand grenades. I mean, they won 4-0. What am I going to be mad about? At that point, I would just be showing my ass.
You're like, looks like Ghana wasn't really interested. So does this really count as a victory?
I'm gonna tell y'all something. The media from Ghana was hilarious. I love those dudes. They after the second or third goal, I think it was the Gio Reyna indirect free kick goal in that Ghana game. Somebody on the second, so in the press box at Geodis Park, there's like 2 levels, and whoever was back here was like, there were more Ghanaians than Americans at that game in Nashville. By the way, in the press box, and one of the guys behind me just yells to like nobody in particular, goes, "Man, this team's goofy as hell." And in the post game, the spiciest things got was the Ghanaian media asked Gregg if he thought that I think it was Chris Houghton, I think was the Ghanaian manager at the time, formerly of like Norwich City, I think, in the Premier League.
Yep.
They were like, does he need to be fired or what? Because there's a lot of people back in the crowd that are pissed. And, Gregg was like, I'll give him credit. That really isn't his place to say if this dude should be fired or not. So credit to him for taking the high road there. See, I said something nice about him. But on those 2 occasions, both in Nashville, Michael Cameron looked me dead in the eyeball and went, no, like that.
Yep. No, and you're not alone, by the way. We've had other journalists on this show. We're not going to name them, who've had the same exact thing happen to them. And, this is nothing new. It's been going on since the late 90s. So it's not a new thing. They're very protective and very insecure. My question was, and I think I told Brett this, I think that Lawrence was allowed to ask that question. I think you're about to tell us this because Michael Cameron wasn't there to protect Gregg.
Oh, he was there. He tried to protect him. If you watch the clip, you notice how Gregg goes, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Exactly.
Are we really going to do this?"
That's what that was. But this was a CONMEBOL event. He wasn't running the show. CONMEBOL doesn't know me from Adam. So that was.
So this is, by the way, he's calling you a clown, but he's kidding.
I figured as much.
Yeah, this is some guy out there. I don't know who it is. I don't know who this guy. He's been on our show for 2 years as the turd in the background, which is what so we had a show years ago or a couple of years ago where I couldn't remember Michael Cameron's name, and I said, whoever that guy is, the turd in the background, and then it just sort of became a thing. And I hear he's a very nice guy, but I've been told, outside of his job, he's a really great, lovely dude. But
I've only ever dealt with him in his job, so I can't speak to that.
I know, that's the thing. Yeah, we only get the behind the scenes. He does his job, and he's kind of a dick about it. But I mean, you kind of knew the circumstances going into that. Did you feel like this might be your last question you ever got to ask Gregg?
First, last, and best.
And is that the reason why you're willing to jump on our show? Because we don't have a lot of inroads to U.S. soccer.
Honestly, one of my things is, so part of the reason I've done as many games, covered as many events as I have, including minor league indoor soccer, is that I am trying to build a profile and hopefully get a pass for the World Cup in 2026, because it's the second time in my life that the World Cup will have been here. But let's be real, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. So as many games as possible. And I during the last Memphis Not OFC offseason, I was like, anybody that asked me to come on any show, anytime, anywhere, I'm saying yes, short of just commitments that I cannot get out of. So here I am.
Well, we're well-known communists. No, I kid. No, I mean, I don't think coming on our shows really hurt Brian Schroeder. He's been on twice. I'm sure you know Brian. I don't think.
And here's the other thing. It's the number of people who have DM'd me and at me and on Facebook and in YouTube comment sections and all like this has gone gangbusters. I'm actually just a little bit, I don't know, not quite overwhelmed, but just about. Like just with this, like, going viral is fun for about 5 minutes.
Oh yeah,
5 days. It's exhausting.
Exactly.
But the thing is, like, the game last Thursday in Atlanta, that's only the fourth U.S. men's national team game I've ever done. So everybody's like, oh, you're going to get blackballed. You're going to get blackballed. Well, I mean, I suppose that's possible. But, the opportunities to find out are few and far between, unless they come to Memphis, which won't happen despite the president of U.S. Soccer being from Memphis. And, unless they want to go to like Louisville, which they have, I covered a Memphis Not OFC game at Louisville City and was like, hey, this would be like, I mean, it's a USL stadium. I get that, but it would be great for a national team, perhaps a January camp game or something. And they're like, yeah, we asked about that and they laughed at us. I'm like, oh, that tracks. I totally get that. Why would you want to play in, somewhere that you have never played before? Anyway, I was going somewhere with all that, but I forgot. But
that's all right. I mean, the general idea that I'll let you go in a second, Brad. I just want to say that there are people out there who think this whole being blackballed thing is like not true, not real. Listen, it's real. I'm old. So, my work with U.S. Soccer goes back a long time. And, of course, Brett and I's show on Big Soccer ended in, what was it, 2012, Brett? Somewhere around there, 2013. And then we took a 7-year break or 8-year break and we came back. But it was alive and well then. This is not a new phenomenon. This idea that you can go out there and criticize U.S. Soccer. I mean, we had another guy on our show. I can't remember his name, and I wouldn't want to put his name out there anyhow, who got basically banned by U.S. Soccer for saying, attendance numbers were way down. And they're like, well, you're cut off.
Well, that's probably why they don't like me asking questions, because that's one of the things I do at the end of the year, every year for World Soccer Talk, is put the attendance and the TV ratings together. And, they're not good. I mean, and U.S. soccer is going to be touching their nuts over, this is what they've had. Every crowd at every home game this year, except the Slovenia game, has had 40,000 plus. I noticed they have no trouble taking credit for non-U.S. soccer controlled events when the crowds are good, but when the crowds stink, it's like, oh, God, we didn't have anything to do with that, guys.
Right.
But the national team is kind of like they're going to be pimping out these numbers like they're great numbers. And to be fair, they're very good. But college football Twitter, like Dennis Dodd from CBS, Mike Rutherford of Card Chronicle, who covers the University of Louisville, like a lot of these guys are like, why are there so many empty seats? If you've told us that this is like a test run for the World Cup, which is 2 years from now, and you've got 30,000 empty seats at this game tonight, that doesn't seem, ideal. And then you get, oh, but it's a weeknight. Oh, but it's this. Oh, but it's that. And, yeah, it's expensive as hell, but the same people that complain about the ticket prices for a soccer game have no problem dropping, how many NFL stadiums did Taylor Swift sell out at $3,000 a pop for the nosebleeds? So, I mean, to be fair, I'm sure
that's insane as well, though.
She puts on a much better show than this team does. I can't. No, anyway, bringing it all back. I don't know when the next time I'll be able to go somewhere where I'll be able to cover the U.S. men's national team. So I don't know how long it's going to be before we can ever really figure out if I have actually been blackballed or not.
You have.
And I know my name is on a list up there because that qualifier in 2021 against Canada, when I actually got into an argument in the men's restroom with John Strong and Stuart Holden at halftime of that game. Here's the thing. I always thought that it was those two and Brian Strauss from the artist formerly known as Sports Illustrated.
That's surprising.
And, we're in, like, they got booed out of the stadium at halftime because they didn't have a single shot on goal. It just just terrible, awful, typical Berhalter ball. And I always thought that the USA #1, we're the greatest team ever. Nobody's ever going to beat us. We have no problem. I always just thought that was a bit that Fox made them do. No, like they believe that, like to their cores, they believe that because we're in the restroom in the press box level at Nissan Stadium, and they are going on and on and on about how amazing the U.S. looked in the first half of that Canada game. And I verbatim said, "Are you guys high?" I couldn't help it. It just came out, and I was just like, what are we talking? Like you had 45,000 people just boo them out of the stadium because they didn't shoot the ball. But anyway,
it's crazy because
we still had to wear masks back then, right? That was
right.
Your COVID card. You had to like all of this stuff.
Brian Krause, by the way, Brian Strauss has come a long way since his days of breaking the story right before the Costa Rica USA, snow match, where, he broke a story where he interviewed, all these, non-named players who said, Klinsmann's ass, basically. Where's that guy now?
They've got vibes in the locker room. The vibes. The vibes and the culture that leads to 2 players sent off in 5 competitive games for violent conduct for beating people up.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're in this press conference and everybody's masked. So unless you know who you're looking for, which the usual suspects, they all get the front row. They don't have to ask for the microphone. They just get it handed to them. And it gets to a point. Well, that was also the game where they had to get the excuse train ready. So Gregg came second. Initially, they gave us John Herdman from Canada. And when Gregg finally got in there, it got to be my turn. And this is how I know that I'm on a list. Because Michael Cameraman's up there, not at the desk, but he's at the podium off to the side. And I put my hand up and he points like, okay, you're next. And then he stops. Then he looks and he shuffles through some papers and he looks back up at me and he looks back down at his paper and he brings this girl over and goes like this and goes, nope.
Yep. No, there's definitely a list.
What you're saying is next time you go, you need to dye your hair.
I need to do like Bobby Valentine when he was the manager of the Mets and just come in with the fake nose and the glasses and the hat.
You gotta change it up. Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to interrupt, but Brett, there was a guy who used the N-word somewhere in the chat. I'm the Nazi word.
Oh, geez, that was like forever ago, man.
Yeah, that guy needs to be blocked. Anybody using that word. Listen, I have family that died at Bergen-Belsen because of the H-man. So I don't want that guy in our chat. I want him blocked. That's a horrible thing to even say. And he said it about me. Like, that dude doesn't even know my background, that I have family members that died in concentration camps. So don't even be using that word on this freaking platform. Sorry, Lawrence, but that's disgusting, and I can't let that go. All right. Chris Gary says for $4.99, given what we needed, a win, that non-offsides didn't end up mattering, a draw wouldn't have changed anything. It would be a BS excuse to keep Gregg. But as you said, Lawrence, Gregg's staying, and I think we all know that.
Well, not that it would have mattered one way or the other, but now that he's got the excuse, they can say, look, man, we had the perfect game plan, and the referees cost us in our last two games. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. That's not on the coach. The referee, I speak as somebody who's been a referee for 17 years. As a matter of fact, will be representing the USYS Southern Region at President's Cup Nationals in Wichita next week. The referee in the Panama game, I'd give him probably a C- or a D+ in terms of his performance. The red card away, no problem. The disallowed goal, no problem. And honestly, even the collision in the Matt Turner, I didn't really have a problem with that just being a careless foul rather than reckless or serious, because the ball's coming in and the guy's looking at the ball and he's running this way. So, it was a hard foul and it didn't look great, but I have no problem with that not being a caution. But there were probably 3 or 4 times in the first half where I'm like, well, that's got to be a caution. There was one where I don't remember who it was on a break down the right-hand side in front of the benches and just shirt like this and hauled him down. I'm like, well, that's got to be a caution. That's stopping a promising attack. And he didn't give the card. And then when the U.S. went to try to take the free kick, whoever the defender was went up and just kicked the ball into the benches. I'm like, well, that's got to be a caution for delaying the restart. And he didn't give either of those. So that's it was really funny that after the game, Gregg was like, look, I don't want to talk about the refereeing, and then immediately launched into the refereeing. Like, well, which is it, bro?
We're going to hear more of that.
The constant pulling jersey pulling was on Balogun, if we're talking about the Panama match.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was. I think it had already been 1-1 at that point for a minute, but that was. Also, let's also take Balogun out of the game when he's the only one who's given us anything and the only one who can physically deal with the Panamanians. But Cameron Carter-Vickers, good job.
Go ahead.
But the refereeing tonight, absolute disaster class. I mean, like Berhalter being a terrorist aside, the players maybe not even really giving a crap aside. This was a total disaster class from this referee. I don't think you can't really spin. There's no other way to put it. I can tell you this: if at President's Cup in Plano a couple of weeks ago, if I pulled a yellow card and while we're showing the yellow card played advantage, I would not only fail the hell out of my assessment, I probably wouldn't get any more assignments the rest of the week, and might be asked, hey, you probably need to go home. You don't really need to be at this event.
Well, they weren't even calling. He wasn't even calling advantage. He called. They played it quickly. Like it was a quick play on. He's just like play on. But you can't.
So what you can do, there can be a foul and you can play advantage, and when the play is done, come back and give the card.
Yeah,
I've done that. What you run into there is maybe sometimes you have to be worried about while you're thinking about it while play is still going on that you're going to talk yourself out of the card.
Yeah.
Or worst case scenario, forget who it was on. And you just come back and go, man, I was gonna give you that card, but I don't remember who it was because we've had so much play since then. But you got if you have stopped play to issue a caution, play has to stay stopped until you restart with your whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what I always thought.
Yeah.
So that was a problem. That was the biggest problem. Obviously, made the rounds on social media. I didn't get to watch the first half live. I was out refereeing tonight, as a matter of fact. But then the second half, to the commenter's point was like, the phantom offside goal, while a major bummer, didn't end up mattering because we still didn't score. You're in a game where you need to win and you get one shot.
Yeah.
That's not like, I've won a Gregg Berhalter gun since before he got hired. And I think at some point we're going to have to start asking some questions about whether these players give a shit. I really think we do. Christian Pulisic looked like the only, maybe Robinson. Pulisic and Robinson were the only ones that looked like they were giving effort out there. And I know there's been a lot of people that have been kind of poking fun at Weston McKennie because he looks a little bit bigger than he used to look. All I can say about that is after the game in Atlanta, that dude ran through the mixed zone faster than any sprint he made on the field. And he was 4 inches away from me. And we were somebody was talking to Chris Richards, and we had Gio Reyna over here. And this dude ducked down under the camera line and went running through the mixed zone.
Because he had to go to the hookah bar.
Yeah, got it.
When I was telling Brett, when all that criticism at McKennie was coming about the bar, I was like, you know what? I don't know. You lose a game, you can either go sulk in your hotel room or
no. I want them to be as miserable as they're making the rest of us.
Well, okay.
You're going to make us miserable. You better be miserable too.
Fair point. I mean, I'm a selfish guy. I would have gone out and had a few drinks, but that's me.
And let's also not forget that Weston, before that 21 qualifier against Canada in Nashville, got booted out of the team for getting some out-of-town strange in violation of COVID protocol.
Yeah, he did.
That wasn't the only COVID protocol he broke too. He had a couple of them in Italy as well. I wanted to jump back real quick to the wonderful officiating squad that we had today. So we talked about the obvious one, the play on whenever he was handing out a yellow card, which was absolutely stupid. But the other ones, there were two other ones, two glaring obvious ones that they were handballs that Pulisic, like the ball was the Uruguay handled it, but the ball ended up getting out to Pulisic, and Pulisic had open field to run down.
Breakaway.
And both times he called the play back, despite the fact there was clear and cut obvious advantage.
The one that I saw that got a lot of play was the one where, Pulisic is running down the right-hand side and he brings it back. So here's the thing.
What's the rule on that?
I mean, it's really in the opinion of the referee. If there is an advantage to be played, you can play advantage. That one I didn't necessarily mind so much. What bothered me about it was how long he took to bring it back. Because one of the things, it's one of these gray areas, is if you're 75 yards from goal, is there really an advantage to be played? Especially if you got a defender on your hip and you're kind of angled towards the sideline like Pulisic looked there. So I don't have a problem with advantage not being played there, but you better not wait until that has already started to really develop. You better call that when it happens before you bring, because what happens sometimes, you may think you wait that extra half second before you signal advantage to see if the advantage actually develops. But if it gets past that half second, you can bring it back. If you wait too much longer, then you end up with a situation that we found ourselves in right there, where it looks like you don't know what you're doing.
Well, and what happened? I mean, Pulisic. The reason why Pulisic was extremely pissed as far as the advantage not being called is because he alady beat his man, and he had the open field to run into. That's his.
I get that. So that's one where if you play the advantage, I don't have a problem with it. But if you don't play it and you bring it back for the foul, I don't have a problem with it either. Just because it's so far from the goal. But once he gets past and takes off, man, I might just let it go.
Yeah. And you're right. It is so subjective per referee. But I think this referee tonight was in over his head.
I would agree with that, Simon. We all especially on social media, really more in NBA Twitter circles than just about any other any other sporting Twitter sphere, is that there's this notion that officials just get to act with impunity and there's no consequences. I'm like, no, just because they're not publicly guillotined, it does not mean they face no consequences.
Right.
I can almost guarantee you that debrief that referee crew is going to go through is not going to be a fun one. And he might very well could have cost himself any future opportunities for a very long time at events of this caliber.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, it sucks because, once you get to this level, you shouldn't be putting on a performance like that. You would think that the team, this is a high-level event with high-level teams. You would think you would have high-level referees and not a guy on his 5th international game ever. But that's part of what comes with it. And, both teams had to deal with it. I wouldn't say it was like biased one way or the other. I would just say it was incompetent. And that's one thing that a lot of people, that drives me crazy, especially at the youth level. Please, like parents, coaches, and players, if you're gonna question my judgment, I get it. That happens. How did you see this as a foul? Don't question my integrity, right? Yeah. And you can tell me I'm bad at my job, and I can live with that. I might caution you for dissent, but I can live with that. When you start throwing accusations of in the bag or somebody's payroll or go check the locker room or stuff like that, I seem to remember at the 2018 World Cup, I think it was Morocco. The Moroccan players tried to get Mark Geiger, the American referee, kicked out of the tournament because he shook Ronaldo's hand after a game.
Yeah.
Like you're a referee, you shake everybody's hand. If anybody that comes up to you, shake their hand after the game. That's what you do.
Yep. No. That's totally true. So I'm just going to ask a question here about Matt Crocker, Betty Crocker.
Crocker something.
But as we call him on the show, as PT69 says, because we're not going to see those say those words on the show for $2. Thank you. We got groped. Berhalter out.
I think he meant grouped, by the way, but
grouped.
But groped worked too.
Groped works, I guess, in its own weird way. I don't think that, and I don't know how much access the press gets to Betty Crocker anymore, because I haven't heard a freaking word from that guy forever. I mean, it's really kind of weird. And have you had access to him? And have you been allowed to ask questions to him? Oh, okay. All right.
It makes you wonder, has access been cut off, or does nobody just want to ask him anything?
Yeah.
Because there haven't even been any fluff pieces. But you can always find a fluff piece on any. This is not unique to the American soccer media landscape. This is sports. This is politics. This is football, basketball, the White House press room. Like it's all of it. You can find puff pieces on anybody, anywhere, and we haven't even had those about Matt Crocker. So
he's so absent. It's so weird. It's just so weird.
And this is not like, you remember when they hired Brian McBride, and like, we're going to have soccer people making soccer decisions for the soccer team. And like, it turns out Brian McBride was just, he was there, but he didn't like do anything.
Right. Betty Crocker says, I don't speak to you because I'm too busy giving bats and foot rubs. Oh boy.
JT Batson, I get a kick out of. You can tell this dude knows nothing about soccer. This dude only knows and cares about money, which makes him a perfect fit at U.S. Soccer.
Sure.
But did y'all see the picture that popped up of him showing up at some random fan's tailgate before the Panama game? You want to talk about fish out of water? This dude so clearly does not belong with this group in this picture.
Yeah,
it's like, it was almost like your creepy uncle at a family reunion.
It is the "Hello, fellow kids" meme again.
Yeah, yes, it is Steve Buscemi and with the music band T-shirt and the skateboards and the backwards hat, And it's this dude is it was, by the way, walking around in Atlanta, it was miserably hot. Not so much on game day, but the day before, like it was miserably hot. But it was not walk around in a shirt, tie, and blazer weather.
Yes.
Okay? This was not the SEC championship game the first weekend of December. It was hot. And so this dude shows up at a tailgate tent and it's just like on the peripheral, like arm around somebody like, hey. And I couldn't resist it. I don't remember which account I did it from, if it was my regular account or the 901 Soccer podcast account that I run. But I was just like, it's that you remember the clip of the Stephen A. Smith show when Shaq prank calls him and says, I know you got a big fancy house up there in New York, New Jersey, and Stephen A. goes, whoa, who is this? And so I was like, I had to clip that and post it. I was like, here's what all the U.S. fans thought when Matt Crocker rolled up into their tailgate. Who is this?
You mean JT?
Matt Crocker, JT. Yeah, they all run together. They're all so nondescript nothing burgers. They all run together.
So, like, okay, JT Batson, I think he's a Ivy League guy. Seems to be kind of the way everybody rolls these days. And then I was thinking about, and I don't know if you probably weren't invited to this because I think this was mostly a online YouTube show thing. But just to give you some background, Tactical Manager, 11 Yanks, our show, etc.
Sam.
Yeah. We were all invited to the game in Austin by U.S. Soccer.
There's been a dozen.
Trinidad
and Tobago game in Austin.
Oh, the one where we were a man up for 85 minutes before we finally scored.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yep,
our halter ball, baby, changing American soccer forever.
So
putting people to sleep is what it does.
So we were all invited there, and Brett and I didn't go, but some of our friends went, and they just ended up getting a talking to from U.S. Soccer about, like, again, we're trying to let people know this is not a conspiracy theory. Mm-hmm. The talking to was, hey, play ball with us, and we'll give you access. Don't play ball with us, we don't give you access.
And here's
creepy. That's creepy.
I don't need access.
Yes, you don't need it.
So, and that's the thing. Like, my bread is not buttered at Soccer House. Okay, covering soccer is my third job. I work my 9 to 5 is I work for a bankruptcy attorney. Right. My second job, like I said, I referee, and I've been doing that for 17 years. Soccer is something that I do in what little free time I have left. Yeah, kind of like journalistically, and that's writing articles, covering games, going to games, interviewing people. Every so often I do get to write like a really good journalistic piece where it's like a long sit down interview with somebody. If you want to check my pinned tweet at LDoc93, it's one of the better things that I've written is about Memphis 901 FC's attendance really struggling the last couple of years and getting kind of crowdsourcing a bunch of ideas on what they think, what the few remaining fans think needs to happen to kind of boost those numbers. But that's I also, several years ago, probably October of 2022, wrote an article where I interviewed the president of Memphis 901 FC because they were trying to get a soccer stadium built. And, the Memphis Grizzlies ended up fucking us on that one, because the state allocated $350 million for a variety of projects. As it turns out, the Grizzlies want $750 million. With the irony is that the owner of the team built a $65 million arena at his house in Florida, and 901 FC just needed $60 million to build a stadium. And anyway, but that was a real good journalistic piece that I thought. But at the end of the day, like, my livelihood is not dependent on having access to the powers that be at U.S. Soccer.
And not only that, we talked about this, especially after the whole Trinidad and Tobago debacle. Is that
which one? There's been so many.
Well, as far as meeting up with U.S. Soccer and getting the things would be better off if you were a little nicer towards us, type of conversation. Mm-hmm. But Derek and I always talk about is that when we can just take up all the pressers that come up anyways, and we can make better content out of that regardless. Mm-hmm. We don't need access to the players because the players are only going to give you half truths anyways.
Yeah,
I mean there are a couple of them that will stand out. I think Pulisic will tell you like it is. I mean, he may be biased one way or another, but There are a couple players that might tell you the way it is, but
there are a couple of players who are leakers too, by the way.
Yeah.
At the 21 game, I pissed Tyler Adams off in the post game. I got to ask him a question. It was really funny. So if you recall, it's 1-1, and I think Aronson is he's in between the 18-yard box and the 6-yard box. He's about to score. And then all of a sudden you hear boop. And I look down, and the AR doesn't have his flag up. I'm like, what's going on here? Why is he like, we're about to score? What's going on? And I look, and the referee has run all the way back to the center circle and cautioned Tyler Adams. And I'm like, what is going on here? So you look, they didn't show the replay in the stadium, so they had the Fox broadcast on in the press box. And I look, and for no reason at all, Tyler Adams just dropped his shoulder into some Canadian dude's chest 60 yards behind the play when Aronson's about to go score. And so I was like, all right, no, this aggression will not stand, man. And so they handed me the microphone. I was like, Tyler, what's going through your mind when you drop a dude 65 yards behind the play when your team's about to score? Oh, I was just trying to make sure that he couldn't get back and make a play on the ball. And that was just supposed to be that. And I was supposed to hand the microphone off and, asked and answered, but no, not asked and answered. I was just like, no, Tyler. So like I followed up. I was like, man, I find it really hard to believe that's what you're going for when you're at midfield and play is all the way down in the box. He said, well, that's my answer, man. And I don't really care if you don't like it because that's all I'm saying. Okay.
Post-game pressers apparently going off right now.
It is, and
three straight people have asked Gregg about his job.
Lawrence, you started a trend.
I should have gone to this one.
You started a trend. It's awesome.
No, you know what? I actually had. So I had 3 or 4 different questions, and I had to kind of tailor it because you obviously don't want to go into a press conference when they win and start asking. And then when it was 1-1, I was like, okay, it's maybe a little bit. And then when Panama scored that goal and made it 2-1, I actually started laughing, believe it or not, and that caught some sideways glances from some of the national guys, one of whom you've mentioned has been on the show. But I wrote 3 or 4 questions down. The one that I ended up going with was probably the most professional of them, and that is actually one thing that I'm very proud of, is that I was able to keep it professional and not just like go insane like if it had been like a Mexico press conference or something like that. But one of the other ones that I had, and this would be perfect for tonight too, is I was like, Gregg, your goal for this cycle you said you wanted to change American soccer forever. Does losing 3 of the last 4 against Panama constitute changing American soccer forever? Like I had that written down. Like that was when I was like, man, like I don't know that I'm going to win a lot of friends with that one. Like the fringes of Twitter would think it was amazing, but I don't know that like the rank and file of like normal people would get on with that one.
Oh, you were lucky you didn't get beat to death right there by U.S. soccer officials.
I didn't ask. I just had it written down. I didn't ask. You only really get the one. And one of the other ones I was going to ask, I was just like, you like to talk about the culture and the vibes in the locker room. You've had 2 players in your last 5 competitive matches sent off for violent conduct. Is that indicative of the culture that you're building in the locker room? Like I had these all written out, and I wish I had saved the sheet of paper. I think I threw it away in the hotel room.
Did you notice when you did ask your question? You said, "Do you think if you don't qualify past the group, could you or should you end up losing your job?" I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Oh, he tried to make you look like an idiot.
No, that's what like so when he says, I'm not sure I really understand the question, I played it back in my mind and I was like,
it's crazy.
Sure I act this fairly succinctly and clearly. I may have maybe taken a slight detour to get to where I was going.
Get a little bit of a build up to it, yeah.
Yeah, and then he just parroted it right back to me.
Yeah. He heard clear. He heard clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that though, he didn't answer your question fully. He only answered half of it. He goes,
that's not for me to determine.
Could you or should you? And he only answered the could. He didn't ask
if
he should.
Right. So, he didn't want to give his own opinion about his own
job. I totally think I should be shit canned if I don't get past this now.
Right. All right. For the 500 of you out there watching right now, make sure you like, subscribe, share it with your grandma and your stepsister if she's around. We have Lawrence Doherty on the show right now. I'm sorry, Dockery. I keep saying Doherty like you're Irish. You might be Irish.
I am Irish. Can't you tell?
Yeah, with the green. Yeah, and the red hair. I guess.
There you go, yeah.
But I don't want to, make grand assumptions here, Lawrence. He is with World Soccer Talk. So if you haven't gone over there, go over there and check out World Soccer Talk. He just had an article that came out, I think, a couple days ago or a day ago about Gregg, and that it's time for Gregg to stand down. You're never going to get access again, right? You do know that like it's over, baby. I mean, it happened to me.
You get your one shot.
It happened to others.
Yeah.
Yes,
it was a good shot too. I've got to ask, with you being an official and everything, I've got to pull up the question as far as offsides and VAR nowadays.
Oh yeah, we got.
I got to bring up this topic because
you're a ref, so we got to ask you this.
Obviously, the goal today stood because technically, Chris Richards has a size 14 foot, and his tippy toe kept the player onside. I think it's getting a little too pinpoint. It's kind of killing it, because I don't think any advantage was technically lost by that tippy toe. But aside from that, whatever, goal stood. It didn't really matter if the goal didn't stand, because like we talked about earlier, Panama still ran it up 3-1. We needed more goals.
Yeah, we did.
So I got to bring up a couple of VAR calls and just see what your take on it is. I mean, I'm assuming that you're pretty much a letter of the law, even if your tippy toes keeping him offside, or if tippy toes offside, then you're offside.
Yeah, I like to think so. It really does. It does depend. Like it really. That's not the best way to put it. But here's the thing. Like if I'm an assistant referee on a game, I'm not going to be able to tell if it's just a tippy toe like this. And this is where I get into a larger philosophy about VAR and replay in sport as a whole. I would be the whole point of VAR was what? Clear and obvious errors. Mm-hmm. And as we saw, I think it was at the 2019 Women's World Cup in France, where it was used to essentially just relitigate the whole game. And so what I think, honestly, across all sport, if replay just went away, I would be fine. I mean, because how many times after an NFL Sunday or a college football Saturday or an NBA playoff game or a Stanley Cup playoff game or whatever, you've looked at it for 25 minutes from 35 different angles, and there's still no consensus. How has this made the game better, both this specific game and the sport as a whole? It hasn't. Mm-hmm. It just makes things more miserable. So if we were to just get away with it at all levels across all sports, I would be fine with that. Having said that, I think the Gregg Berhalter losing his job is much more likely to happen than replay in sport going somewhere. So with the VAR, it's just clear and obvious. Like if dude spikes the ball on Torsten Frings' 2002 World Cup quarterfinals for Germany against the U.S. That'd been a great opportunity, clear and obvious error for VAR, because dude went bonk. That's a penalty. That's a red card. Goodbye. And whether the U.S. makes the penalty or not, we'll never know.
We will never know.
But looking, was his toe off? Was there a foul 3 minutes before the goal that the referee missed? Was there? It's just it's irritating because somebody had a really good article, I think during the World Cup in Qatar, where all these goal celebrations are all just essentially put on hold because they're like, is the flag going to go up or not? Are we going to do a VAR check? And I think it does take away from the natural flow of a game. And what you always hear on every broadcast is, well, we just want to make sure they get it right. Well, it feels like they get it wrong as often as they get it right. Case in point, this offside goal tonight. So I mean, if you're gonna be ticky-tack about crap, you better get it right every single time. And if there's just one time where you don't, it's not worth it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here's one from the Euros recently, and as you can see, just the offensive player's tippy toe was offside.
Yeah,
it's the smallest portion of his body.
It's rough, But I guess I'm just going to quote Lawless. He said, well, you're either pregnant or you're not. And I get it, but still.
Yeah, that's one where if I'm the assistant referee, I don't know that I'm going to be able to see that.
Yeah, without VAR, you won't.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
Not even without VAR. It's without this technology, because even VAR, you're probably not going to recognize whether or not his toe is offside.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what I'll say. That's one that pre-VAR, say 2014, where you're going to look at it and go, and that's like they used to just show the line, right, and then highlight half the field.
Yeah.
That's one where even if you're a fan of the team that just got scored on, where it's close, you're like, well, it was close, and nobody really gets all that mad about it. But you've got people getting, like, the whole point is that it was supposed to stop all the controversy, and there's every bit as much controversy now as there was before.
Yeah,
So
because
again,
now we're talking about millimeters, right?
Yes.
What's funny about this one is that if without the technology of doing this right here, the 3D technology, because you have all the cameras set up and that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you were looking at VAR and you just saw this, you might call him offside anyways, because half his body seems to be past half his body, and it looks more offside that way.
Yeah,
like
now,
the shoulder.
Yeah, because I mean he's like that, and it looks like more of your body's offside at that point. You could probably look at that and say, well, maybe that he looks offside. Technology shows that it's just the tippy toe because of the guy's heel, etc. Right. I don't know how you're going to fix this, or if you do want to fix this in general. People, the royal you, not necessarily you, per se. Some people might just say it's
other one though.
I got to hold up here. Yeah, I'm going to do it. But it's the law of the land. If your foot's offside, but what about this?
You have no idea how many people message me for my thoughts on that. I was like, guys, I don't know what to tell you. I guess that's off because that's as long as it's not your hands. You can score a goal that way. I don't know. Christian Pulisic did it against Iran, and at the World Cup in Qatar. I don't think it's probably a whole lot of fun to score a goal that way. But
at this point, he's just excited because he's about to score a goal.
Yeah,
that little bit of excitement pulled him offside. God, how rough is that?
I always was told, somebody told me that an erection couldn't make you offside. I don't know the rules, so I have no clue. But
this is not in my 17 years. This is not a problem with which I have been confronted.
It was just a challenge for Brett and I when we played.
Yeah.
With our packages. Anyhow,
I just loved the game so much.
Derek mentioned earlier on the X saying, this is why I played in the midfield.
That's why I played in the midfield. Exactly. To stop that from happening. Listen, are there any other, you don't have to name them, but are there any other journalists out there, let's just say in some of the major, they don't have to be major markets, but, people that other people listen to that you think are willing to step over the bounds and ask real questions? And listen, I know that, Stephen Goff asks questions and he knows exactly how gentle to be and how hard to be, and he knows the game, so he's not going to go over the line. And I know that Brian Schroeder is more technical, so he asks questions about positions and players and doesn't really get into any controversial stuff. But do you feel like there are other people like you out there willing to step over the line?
Well, maybe not quite. There's only one me.
That's true.
But no, I do. I wouldn't use the phrase "step over the line" to describe.
Right. Step over the U.S. soccer's line. Yeah.
I would say Jonathan Tannenwald at the Philadelphia Inquirer. He, as long as I've been following him, I've actually had the privilege of being in a press conference with him before.
We love him.
That was that was when the women's team played Japan in the She Believes Cup in Nashville last year.
Yep.
He both based on what I've read that he's written and my interactions with him, both on Twitter and in real life, he's not afraid to ask pointed questions when pointed questions are called for.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that he is very good at that.
I
I respect the hell out of him.
Yeah, I just messaged him like a few weeks ago and said, you know what? You're one of the guys I've never criticized before. He's like, well, thank you. But he's also been around a long time, and he's kind of impeachable. And U.S. Soccer knows they can't cut out Tannenwald, although, you know, he knows the bare limit. Like, he knows the line you can't cross. And so there's some of that. And he's still smart about it, because I'm not calling Stephen Goff a wuss. He's not. He just knows how to phrase it in the most gentle way you could possibly say it. And so nobody's ever going to really, none of those questions ever sound challenging, is what I'm saying. And so
I actually sat about 3 seats over from Stephen Goff at that Ghana game in Nashville in 2020 in October last year. And I was on one, man. I had a long day. I actually broke a story for Beyond the 90 about the NISA not paying their referees. I actually interviewed the head of the PSRA for that article. So I had to drive from Memphis to Nashville, and then I had a work call in the car on the way, which actually was a great phone call. But my fiance rode with me, and she's my fiance now. She wasn't at the time. And she wanted to go, and I was like, okay, I'll get you a ticket. And this was the largest soccer stadium in the country, 30,000 seats on a Tuesday night. The official attendance was 18,000. I'll tell that story in a second. And cheapest seat, top row of the stadium, $89. So that was like, so I was on one sitting in there in that press box, and with U.S. Soccer, there were a couple of like local Nashville people there, and so if it had been a serious setting, I would have said that I showed my ass, but it was just a friendly, so I didn't know where I was, and I kept, you know, like, did you all ever see the Lego movie?
Yeah.
You know how they did the song, hey, everything is awesome. That's what I was doing. I was like, everything at U.S. Soccer, everything is awesome all the time. And the girl sitting next to me actually got a kick out of that, and she took a picture of the empty stadium, and she said everything is awesome on her Instagram. But Stephen Goff was sitting about 3 seats to my left, and I don't think he was really a big fan of me keeping a running diatribe going for 9.
He's a very serious man, Stephen Goff. Yeah, I mean,
the attendance story, right? So
right.
Every U.S. So I have done. Prior to Thursday, which was a Common Ball event, but I'd done 2 men's games and 2 women's games, all in Nashville. The first 3 of which, when the attendance was good, they couldn't wait to let you know. Like at halftime, they were handing out sheets. Here's the crowd. Let everybody know. Here's the crowd. Let everybody know. Let everybody know. 42,000, 40,000, 22,000, 23,000. Cool. The Ghana game, 18,000. It's like final whistle. I'm like, hey, what's the attendance? Oh, we don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Oh, we don't have it yet. We'll get it to you when we. I got to the point where I asked so many different people that some girl from U.S. Soccer, don't know what her name was, just said, "Stop asking. We will let you know." I was like, I was like, well, here's the thing. If it was good, you would have already let us know. So I'm forced to believe that it's bad. But I know that you already know it because at the 3 previous games I've done in this city, you've let us know at halftime. What is it? 18,000 and whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean,
they announced that shit during the game.
They didn't.
Today's attendance is this.
Yeah, when it's good, when it's good, they always let you know. But when it's not good, you can just act like it didn't happen. Right?
Well, JT Batson's been announcing it on Twitter
for U.S. Soccer controlled events.
Yes,
is the Copa America a U.S. Soccer controlled event? I notice you're taking credit for that. But the key there is that, you know, when the women's team draws 1,000 people to their Gold Cup game at BMO Stadium in LA, they can say, well, if this was a U.S. Soccer controlled event, we would have sold 75,000 tickets. No,
exactly.
They wouldn't have. The U.S. women haven't drawn 75,000 people since 1999.
Yep. Oh, by the way, Al Weinstein asked, was she hot? It was Meg? Meg does not work for U.S. Soccer. Meg Swanek is by U.S. Soccer to ask a question ever again.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. I think either she didn't have her badge on or her
I think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say her name because I'm not going to guess. But I have a pretty good idea. I'm old. I've been around. I've known these people for some of them 20 years, so I know who some of these people are.
Yep.
Brian Tensaka for $2. Thank you, Brian. Don't super chat ever, but you guys are the best. Well, we certainly freaking appreciate that. You know, we're not liars here. That's one thing I can say. We don't lie.
Appreciate versing your cherry on this show, Brian. Thank you.
And even when we had Lawless on here, we squeezed some reality out of him. You know, it wasn't hard squeezing reality out of Ronaldo. That's easy to do. But squeezing reality out of Lawless is a little harder. And, you know, he gave us some stuff.
Like I said, I've always thought that the USA is going to never lose a game ever again. We're the best. No one's ever going to be better. I always thought that was just a Fox bit. Because I don't remember Alexi Lawless being like that at ESPN. He was always a little bit homeristic, but that's to be expected at an international tournament. You want obviously your home team to do well, but I think a lot either they are all like there must be some very high level of brainwashing going on over there at the Fox, because there's a lot of people that think like that.
I mean, he told us that if Gregg doesn't, I mean, it's very general, succeed at Copa America, he needs to be considered to be let go. So that was a step on our show. I think that was a month ago, Brett.
Yeah, but he also said that, not necessarily as adamantly, but he also said that on his show, I think with Berhalter. Like he posed it more as a question.
I remember that. That was probably either right before or right after the Nations League, I think.
Yeah.
Also, just and I mentioned the Nations League, like Gregg comparing himself to Michael Jordan for winning 3 Nations League titles was just the absolute cherry on top of a shit sundae. I mean, that was just like, he's like, yeah, we handed out the photos of Jordan holding the 3-peat trophy and the dress, and I'm like, can either of our 2 national teams go a day without being cringe as hell? Because I don't remember what it was. The women's team did something that was cringe as hell like 2 or 3 days before that, and I was just like, it's at this point, it's embarrassing.
Yeah,
they're so awesome in their own minds, and then they actually get out onto a real stage and they show their ass.
Yeah,
that was like the Women's World Cup ad that they had posted, like, oh, who's gonna beat us, type of thing.
Oh, that's us against the world, and the world struggled to figure out some way to beat us.
We're gonna do it. I don't know who's gonna beat us.
Even though it's
the worst World Cup.
Yeah, even though it's very obvious the women aren't as dominant as they were back in the day. Wicked Bruce says Fox panel after the post-game presser, including Dempsey, Lawless, and my cousin Carly Lloyd, all seemed pretty united that GGG had to go. Yeah, I expected them to say that because
we were after the Panama game.
Yeah, because Dempsey's already said it. Lawless said it on
Dempsey's been saying it since the Nations League in Denver in 21.
Yeah, Dempsey didn't want him to be rehired in the first place. He said that pretty clearly as well. But Lawless defended and supported the rehiring of Gregg because
he was told to.
No, well,
because of GeoGate.
He thought what he told us. I'm just telling you what he told us. So it's basically, listen, I'm not, because he was always against the second cycle, right?
He's a one-cycle purist.
He's a one-cycle purist, and he gave up his purism because he thought what the Reynas did to Gregg was disgusting, and he'd make an exception for his purism on that on alone. I'm just taking his word for it. He told us this on our show.
You know who Gregg has to blame for the Reynas trying to blackmail him like that?
Gregg.
Yeah, exactly. 2 different times. 2 different times. Not just the World Cup in Qatar, but being a scumbag college kid 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, that was a bad move, obviously. And
that was a long time ago, so I guess that
it was. It's like, yeah, we agree it was a scumbag, douchey move on his part so many years ago. But at the same time,
I knew not blackmail as soon as I said it.
You said that, I'm like, ooh, choice of words.
Yeah,
you can't say blackmail. In fact,
that's my apologies.
Zealand said blackmail today on his show the other day, when he was reviewing this whole thing. And I was like, people are still using the word blackmail. It's crazy to me. And we try to hold Jeff Carlisle responsible for this because honestly, Jeff wrote the article that led everybody else to write articles. And they all use the same language of blackmail, 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 blackmail. So now there are like 100 articles out there that use blackmail. And then Jeff, and you can speak to this, never went back. And he took the word blackmail out of the article.
It's been corrected, Derek. It's been corrected.
He edited the article like 50 times, but never gave us, what are those things again at the bottom of the article where you explain why you make changes?
Editor's note.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. He never did it. And we called him out on this show. I even messaged him personally and called him out for it. And I never heard anything from Jeff. And you know what? That's sad because I used to know Jeff. Not well. I mean, he probably doesn't remember who the fuck I am. But, you know, I used to write soccer articles back in the day with Big Soccer and Soccer 365. Surely he might remember me. No, he won't even talk to me about it. And they just basically ignored it. So, I mean, what do you feel about that? That article with the blackmail. I mean, it seemed like, shouldn't you correct yourself?
If you're going to change an article, unless it's just to fix like a typo or something like that, because I've done
update or whatever.
Yeah, some of my stuff for Bluff City Media, I've like, you know, left off a period or, you know, like had like a, you know, like grammatical errors. Like I misspelled the word. I'll go back and ninja edit those. That's fine. But if I had screwed up, like I said, hey, this is this, and it was actually not this, but it was that, then I think at the bottom you got to go, by the way, here's what we did.
Yeah. No, I don't want to get him in trouble with Jeff, is what I'm saying, because I don't know if you care about it or not, but it's just weird.
No, at this point, I don't like what that's one of those things you can go back and fix it, and even if you tell people that you went back and fixed it, the cat's already out of the bag.
Well, that's the thing. You two have both written articles for various publications or whatever. I imagine that the clicks and the hits and everything like that are similar to YouTube videos where 99% of your views come within that first 24 to 48 hours.
Yep.
And then it just sort of peters up ever so slowly moving forward. So basically,
unless you keep getting an opportunity to share it over and over, like I do with the article that I wrote the day that Gregg got hired. Every time, I've gotten to do it 6 times in the last 15 games.
Yeah, you're doing well on that one. Yeah,
but most people who have either read the article or simply just read the title of the article aren't going to go actively back to make sure. Well, did he make any adjustments to that? Is it still blackmail? Is it still blackmail? You know.
Well, to be fair to Jeff, let's be honest. I was writing as a dog back then, so that's not really fair. He probably didn't know who the hell I was. I used to write under the misnomer of or the fake name of D-Rec. So a pseudonym. Thank you.
Actually, his rapper name.
D-Rec, yeah. And, you know, and the picture of me was a dog. But, you know, it's no different than Bill Archer, right? Bill Archer, he wrote under Bill Archer, but the picture was a sailboat, right?
No, Archer was the Smoky Monkey.
Oh, yes, he was the Smoky Monkey.
Dan Loney was the sailboat.
That's right, Dan Loney was the sailboat. Do you know those two guys at all?
I recognize Archer, but I don't recognize the other name.
Oh, Bill Archer's still, he's my age, so he's an old man. And he's a grouchy son of a bitch still. I love him. We had him on the show probably, what was it, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, he was one of our earlier.
He's actually older than me. Wow. But we had some great journalists back in the day, Lawrence. I mean, just great ones. Even Dan Loney, I would say. Great journalist. Bill Archer. I mean, I know Bill and Grant Wall hated each other or whatever, but, you know, we tried to breach the differences. But, you know, do you think there are other, again, it kind of gets back to my other question. Are there other guys we can trust out there besides you? Who else can we trust right now? Besides the guys I've already mentioned.
Off the top of my head, no,
yeah.
Like it used to, not to, well, I don't know.
I don't want to get you in trouble, but
no. Like, well, and here's the other thing. Like, I'm not some sort of like national newsbreaker. I mean, I'm a man about town. I am the go-to guy for soccer in Memphis.
I read all your articles on World Soccer Talk.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. But like I don't have ends with any of these other people. I'm sure somebody out there has said this is just some dude on Twitter, and really probably to an extent that's true. I'm just, unless it's like on a day-to-day in and out, I don't have a whole lot to do with the national team or the federation or anything like that. Now, if you have questions about Memphis 901 FC, I've probably got much better answers for you. But yeah, or the University of Memphis men's or women's teams or anything like that. But
I wish more people cared about that, because I don't know if you know this, but Brett and I we're one of the founders of Indy 11. And we don't get a whole lot.
So one of the things that I do from my 901 Soccer Podcast account every week is I recap all of the attendance for the week in the USL Championship. And right when the whole Indy 11 thing fired off a couple of months ago, somebody, I don't remember who, he added me and said, "Hey, would you mind emailing me how your I don't remember exactly what he wanted, but I have a spreadsheet. I keep a spreadsheet for every single team in the league and what their attendance is, and it dates back to last year." And he's like, so I emailed it to him. He said, "Hey, thanks. I really appreciate it. I'm going to use these when we go talk to city council. Could you send
the new president of BYB, probably
new president of BYB, more than likely. I'm a former."
But he also asked me for Louisville's, and I was like, "Well, Louisville, like I've got family in Louisville, and so I'm a little bit more in tune with Louisville than I am with Indy. So I've been keeping track of theirs for longer." But I said, "Yeah, sure, here you go." And I hadn't heard from him, and I don't know if it did any good, but I can't imagine that it hurt.
Yeah, it's not going to do any good. Unfortunately, I mean, we already did the report. I did all that freaking research and phone calls for
it. And here's the thing. They could just do like what all of these other recent USL to MLS teams have done. You keep the name, you keep the logo, you keep the colors, and you build a different stadium, and you call it Major League Soccer. Like that's so easy. I feel like that's a scenario where everybody wins.
Right.
The people that have been there for the years and years in the USL Championship, it's still their team, their club that they know and love and have been with for a decade. And then the people that don't know anything about lower league soccer see an MLS team show up, and they can get behind that too. You get the stadium, you get more events, which I don't think the U.S. men's national team has played Indy since the Pan American games in like 1987 at the old Kuntz Stadium, I think is how it's pronounced.
Yep.
Which, by the way, that is an article that every time U.S. Soccer says, "Hey, we're going back to Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Orlando," I'm like, here's an article that I wrote 2 years ago on where they should start playing games, and Indy is in there.
Yeah, we don't get anything. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the big reason why we're probably not going to be carrying over all the Indy 11 stuff over to the MLS team is because billionaires don't like to share.
Oh, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. No, because soccer outside in MLS mind, soccer doesn't exist outside of them in this country.
I just want to be really fair about this, so we're not saying anything incorrect. The current Indy 11 owner, Ursula Osimir, was offered a small percentage. And so the new MLS team, led by Herb Simon and Todd Bowley and Mark Waters and Jose Feliciano and all the other billionaires coming in who are about to buy the team. And no, not all of that's public yet. I don't care. I'm just telling you. He rejected it. So he had the opportunity, did Ursel, to say, "I'm okay. Give me my 3% or whatever the number one." I do know it was small. So we can retain the name and all that stuff. Yeah. So I just wanted to be clear, because I didn't want to, put out false information about what's really going on. But that's what's really going on behind the scenes. So it's whistle blowing.
Hey, I'm a referee. I blow a whistle for a living.
Exactly. All right, so let's wrap this up tonight since it's 12 here.
It's 11 o'clock here.
I
still got to take a shower. And go to bed.
Thank you for coming here all sweaty after refereeing. We do appreciate that, Lawrence. But let's
never miss an opportunity to show off the shirt they gave me at regionals last year.
It's sweet. It is, and I love the color, the green.
The one they gave us at President's Cup is red. I don't like it as much, but I'm still gonna wear it.
I like the dark green. So let's just sum up to end the night. What all this means?
Nothing
for Gregg.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, existentially, none of this means nothing. We're all going to die alone, and that's how life works. Unless you're a transcendentalist, then you have different views of how life ends or begins again after death. Well, we're not going to get into that, obviously, but here we are. We're looking at Gregg. I think all of us, and I'll start with Lawrence, can agree that Gregg's going to keep his job. And your final thoughts about that, Lawrence?
It is a death knell for this team. It is. We are on the precipice of perhaps the last best chance to make soccer blow up in this country with Club World Cup next year, World Cup 26, Olympics in 28, and this man is going to destroy all of that.
Yeah. And do you think that there are enough excuses for Gregg in the last two games with the refereeing that
not that it was going to matter one way or the other, but it's not. I'm sure I'm sure U.S. Soccer is glad that they have they can lean on those.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it was going to be. I mean, they were going to justify it some way, somehow, but now they have just that little bit of extra ammo.
Yeah, I'll say the only good news behind all this is that the media, for the most part, even if it's just a handful of pundits and figureheads, are all finally starting to chime in on this.
Yes,
finally, all starting to say the same thing that we've been saying for a bit of
7 years.
Is that this guy's over his head at this point. He's only coached at a couple of club teams, and they've all had mediocre offenses.
Oh, by the way, what does it say? The guy before Gregg in Columbus won MLS Cup, and the two guys after Gregg won MLS Cup in Columbus. Gregg won no trophies. I think that's a managerial thing, and I don't think you get to blame that on Anthony Precourt.
I mean, listen, the guy went to Hammarby in the second division and failed and was fired pretty quickly. I mean, in the scale of being fired.
Like a year and a half.
Yes. For lack of offense. Lack of offensive production. Mainly, they were criticizing the way he used his forwards and his center forward. Well, guess what? The same goddamn problem we got now.
Yeah, carry that shit over with them.
That shit has not changed.
And here's the thing. Every manager is going to have their faults, but you could at least point to something like this team does this well. Like you had something you could hang your hat on.
Sure. Yeah.
What does this team do well? The vibes. They don't even do the vibes well. Do they, for a while you could have said they were really good at home. They're winless in like 5 out of 6 home games now. Do they score a lot of goals? And no, they don't. Are they rock solid defensively? No, Colombia just dropped a 5-burger on them. Do they create a lot of chances? No, they got one shot on goal in a game that they absolutely needed to win. What do they do? Like, there's nothing for them to hang their hat on. The only thing that you can hang your hat on is that the players are playing in high quality teams and high quality leagues, which is a huge plus. But you see the argument all the time. I think that 2002 team would beat the absolute piss out of this team because they won it. They have drive, and this team these players don't give a shit. Are you kidding me? They don't care.
Some of them do, but not all of them. Yeah.
You need at least 11 of them to care.
You need all 11. Yeah.
You need at least 11 of them. And there were not 11 players on that field that cared tonight. Joe Scally cared. because he knew if he came off, we were putting Shaq Moore in the game. And I might not have been able to make it onto the show if Shaq Moore had come into the game. I might have had, hey babe, can you take me to the hospital, please? I'm not doing so well over here. I mean, I think Pulisic cared.
I think Balogun cared.
I just think
Balogun until they whacked him.
Maybe the word care isn't exactly the specific word. Maybe the word is chip on shoulder. Maybe the word is grit. Like that's kind of what we're missing.
Heart.
I think they do care, but not in the same way that 2002 generation cared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different type of caring. Like it's a gentler caring. It's a softer caring. That's what I guess I would say. Do they care? I'm sure they care, but do they care in the same way?
They care enough.
Yeah.
And it's like, I want to win, but if we don't, whatever.
Can the grit and the chip on the shoulder be an effect of the culture that Gregg's been building within the national team? Like this, hey, we're a brotherhood, all this stuff, but it's not like, hey, you're fighting for your spot. If you play like shit, you're gonna get subbed off next match, and we'll see what happens. It's the same 11 over and over and over again, and it's the same setup over and over and over again.
Well, and then you've also got you want to talk about tweets that preceded disaster. Christian Pulisic will run through a wall for this guy.
Oh,
I don't think he ran. You might have run into it, but you didn't run through it. And then you got Tyler Adams like, oh, I love playing for Gregg. We never talk about soccer.
Oh yeah, that was.
You're a soccer player and a soccer coach. What the hell are you doing?
He just calls them to talk about his kids. Hey, how's little Mary doing? How's Annie? Yeah, it's a little weird.
I mean, hell, it's just simple things like as far as just like discipline is concerned from stupid errors. I mean,
punching the other team in the head.
Yeah. I was saying when Weah comes back, I think he, by all means, nobody's really stepped up at the wing spot because we haven't really played anybody else at the wing spot. We played Reyna tonight, which I think is stupid because we isolated him so far off to the left. But I think when Weah comes back, he's got to fight for a spot back. It shouldn't just be given back to him like we gave it to Dest in Nations League. I think that was the worst thing I've ever seen was Dest did a really stupid foul that almost screwed us, and he got his 1-game suspension. Came back the next day in the finals to play.
Also, this weird school teacher mentality that Gregg Berhalter has, where if he doesn't like something that you've done, you have to get up and like make a speech and apologize. Well, like, what is this shit?
Yeah,
like, what are you doing? Like he's like, we brought Gio up and he apologized to the whole team, and then like the first words out of his mouth, Tim knows that he made a mistake and he's apologized to the whole team. It's like a hostage video. It's like gun to head, and it's like if you don't apologize, I'm going to shoot you.
Yeah. Did you hear this story, Lawrence? That when Des came back to the team, they made every player on the team in front of the whole team describe what they would have done differently. Did you hear that story?
I did not hear that, but I believe it.
No, I totally. Well, I mean, I did hear it. I can't say from whom, but yeah, I mean, there's some weird ass stories.
He's just a fucking weirdo.
He is a weirdo. That is what all the players. That's what a lot of people say behind the scenes that leak. I'll
never forget. I had my dad came over to the house to watch. I think it was either the Japan or the Saudi Arabia game before the World Cup in 2022.
I'm sorry.
my dad said he looks like a drunk. He looks homeless.
You know what? Well, no,
because that was when he was doing his t-shirt scruffy beard phase.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we had a recent guest who I can't name on our show who after the show told us, not recent. Okay. I'm not going to say recent because that obviously exposes like 6 people
within the last 3 years.
Sure. Who told us they think Gregg smokes a lot of weed. or takes edibles. I think it was edibles, Brett. Did he say edibles?
Or she.
Yeah. And so I guess what he was trying to say to us, she was that, God damn it.
Boys, I think the cat's out of the bag.
You're awful at this.
Was that I guess what was trying to be explained was this Gregg that this person knew 20 years ago, 10 years ago. This is not the same Gregg. It's just not the same person. And he doesn't know who that person is. Like the Gregg that he used to know was brash, slammed his head against lockers, punched
that explains
lockers.
it. He killed all his brain cells.
I guess so.
He's got CTE. You can't play football with CTE, but apparently you can manage an international soccer team.
I guess so.
It's funny. We before the game started, we watched an old Berhalter video that surfaced recently, like from late 90s.
It would have been Tom Dooley era, yeah.
And it was the weirdest thing to see because he looked like he was just like a surfer, like pot smoker, like he had longer hair. He's just like
I think
really
was that from the Travis, the U.S. men's historian on Twitter?
I think so, yeah.
Actually, I got to meet him in Atlanta. Cool dude. He gave me one of his koozies.
Awesome.
Cool.
I was very disappointed that he did not have one of the Berhalter out stickers with him because I was going to smack it on my laptop in the press box. But yeah, I saw that video from him. You know who Gregg Berhalter looked like in that clip? He looked like towards the last one or two seasons of Home Improvement. He looked like the oldest kid. He looked like
he did.
Hey, you know what? That kid was playing soccer. He actually went to college.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Berhalter.
Hey, Lawrence, I want to thank you for coming on the show tonight. It was a lot of fun to just kind of go over everything and going over the realities of media coverage, and how it is these days and what you got to deal with. And, to dispel the rumor that, no, it's all bullshit. You can say it. You can ask any question you want. No, it was very clear when they picked you for that question that, he didn't want to have you ask that question.
And then at the very end of the clip, he's like, okay, I guess I'll call on you, Doug.
Doug's still in good standing, right? He's still in good.
I met with the day before the match day -1 press conference. I chatted with him and Lake and Littman for a minute. They're both nothing but nice to me. So I don't have anything bad to say about.
Oh yeah, Doug's a good guy. He's a nice guy. There's nothing. I don't have anything bad to say about Doug. And then but after you left and the next day, Doug got to ask pretty much the same question. And apparently tonight, Doug did it again. So I'm going to have to go back and watch it now. And
the funniest thing about all of this is somebody said something about TAC, and it made me think Tab. Tab Ramos follows me on Twitter now, and he retweeted one of my anti-Michael Cameron tweets, it's still up, which I thought was hilarious. And I got to meet Tab for about 6 seconds in Atlanta. I was very surprised at how short he is.
No,
I'm like 5'11", and I was like, wow, he's down there.
Yeah, he's like 5'5", I think. But the thing about Tab is, and he's not been quiet about the reason he left U.S. Soccer altogether, and
anybody that spoke Spanish, it was get out now, or we're going to throw you out.
And it's not only it might be that, but they asked him to move to Chicago. They told him, by the way, that he could no longer have an independent approach to building the youth teams as far as the tactics and the managing style and the way they set up. He had to play a system. And he just I got to play this system regardless of what players I have. Because for me, maybe a 4-4-2 works or a 4-2-3-1. You're telling me I have to play a 4-3-3. That's what they told him. And he's like, well, this is just simply absolutely insane. And he got out as fast as he possibly could. I mean, he's like, I'm out of here.
Disaster in both Houston and Hartford, but
yes, that's true. Not good. But was a good youth coach. I think we were blessed to have him as a youth coach. Didn't work out so much in MLS or Hartford, but yeah. Anyhow, moving on, I want to say, make sure if you haven't checked out Lawrence Dockery's articles on World Soccer Talk, or checked him out on Twitter or X, if you want, at LDoc93. Did I get that right? Jesus Christ, my brain still does work. Amazing to me. Make sure you check out Lawrence Dockerty. We loved it. I think at one point we had over 600 people in here. We appreciate all of you. Sorry we didn't win tonight, but we will be back on Thursday, Brett, to cover shit normally as we normally do. And Lawrence, we're going to have you on again. Want to thank you again for being on the show. Oh, do we need
Derek? Please stop trying to close the show out. We have super chats.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad.
You're like, we'll see you next time on the Trey Red Card. I'm like, no, stop.
I just wanted to let this guy go to sleep. I want to let Lawrence go to bed.
It's 11:25 at his time. We're the ones that are staying up super late.
That's true.
Hey, this is super late for me. I'm a grumpy old man. My bedtime's early.
Lawrence, if you want to go, man, go. Trust me, we won't. There's no problem.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna sign off for the night. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, keep soldiering on, Lawrence. We love you. All right, Jacob Ramirez for $4.99. Tact and Pete boycotting U.S. soccer sponsors until he is fired. Join them and retweet their posts. I don't think it's going to do much, but sure, I'll do it. I mean, what do we got to boycott, Brett? What are we going to boycott? What
Deloitte.
Is this? Who?
Deloitte.
I don't have anything to do with Deloitte. What is Deloitte?
I don't even know what it is. I know it always advertised for the women's game, and then that's all I know.
I don't know anything about Deloitte.
I don't own a Volkswagen.
I don't either.
I haven't bought a U.S. jersey since 2008.
I haven't bought one since 2011.
It's Nike. Fuck you, Nike.
Well, fuck Nike anyhow. Bunch of corporate bastards. That was the one thing on the show that pissed me off. That one guy was like, yeah, everything Derek said sounds like the N-word, the N-A-Z-I word. Like, what do you don't know shit about me, dude.
Yeah.
Have been a diehard. Anyhow,
don't drink anymore truly.
I'm the furthest thing from a Nazi you could possibly get.
Yes, with Y. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't drink. As I brought up the chat earlier, who was it? It was Nye. He said, "Don't drink anymore truly."
Truly.
Sorry, Weston. We can't eat Chipotle. No Chipotle.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken a lot of abuse on this.
Yes, it's Qdoba for me now.
On this show, but you bring up the N-word, dude, you're done. You don't use that in the text. I have relatives who died in Bergen-Belsen, all right, in a concentration camp. So don't you ever come at me with that shit. And you don't know anything about my past, my politics, nothing. I don't know what you think I've ever said has anything to do with the N-word. That pissed me off. There's one word that can trigger me, Brett. One word. Well, two. The N-word and the R-word. Those piss me off because I'm not either of those things. And I don't know what we've ever said on our show that would lead you to any conclusion like that, except if you're a troll. And if you're a troll, you succeeded. Because that aggravated me because of my own personal connections to it. So,
I'll say by saying the N-word, some people might think that you're referring to a different word there.
The N-A-Z-I word.
Like, and what do you got against righteous people?
Yeah, don't even put those words in our chat. You start accusing people of being that, you're out. And go ahead.
So, do you get offended by the phrase grammar Nazi or something like that?
No, not really.
But just being called an actual...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything Derek's ever said sounds like he's an N-A-Z-I. It's like, what show are you watching? And you know nothing about me. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Like, the bottom of the pit, nothing is what you know about me. We don't talk about politics on this show. We never have. And we do it for a very specific reason because it's complicated. Basically, and I've said that 1,000 times, it's complicated. So you can't tag me with anything. Hell, I'm still getting emails from Joe Biden because I've been such a Democratic insider my whole life. So screw off, dude.
Joe Biden.
You don't know me. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I've done in my life. You don't have any clue the political movements I've been a part of. None of them, or what I've accomplished politically. I mean, you might be able to go find them and look them up if you go look them up. So it's not a secret, Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Was I a part of the movement to get when you go buy a gun, you have to have a background check? Yeah, that was me. I did that. I was part of that movement. So what? That certainly doesn't make me a Nazi. Or shit, I shouldn't have said that word. A Yahtzee. Mike Johnson, $4.99. And that was 30 years ago, Brett. 30 years ago. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know who these punks are, man, but some of those guys, I'd like to punch them in the face because you go out there and use that kind of language on somebody's show. It's just like, that's not even funny. I take all kinds of abuse about being fat and having it looking like I'm 80 or whatever on this show, but I'm not taking that. That's where I draw the line. Mike Johnson, $4.99. Please share a petition to fire Gregg on change.org.
I'll tell you, I'll share the petition. I'll even sign it, but I don't believe those things ever work.
Yeah, they don't.
Because here's what the people do in charge. They look and they go, okay, what else? I'll happily share it.
I'll do it. I'll sign it.
We'll bring it up on our show from time to time. But I honestly just don't believe that they do much of anything.
By the way, just for people asking, I'm an independent now. So just so you know. That makes it even more confusing, right? What is Derek? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's none of your business. All right. Jacob Ramirez for $4.99. GGG makes me hate watching this team, but you always make it better. A better night. Gregg out. Thank you, Jacob. We do appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to get along just like you guys are. We're trying to, endure. That's the word I said to Eric Winolda. I said, Eric, we don't have to accept shit. We need to, we're enduring this, Eric. We're enduring it, not accepting it. Mm-hmm. He didn't block me. To his credit, he could have. But, I mean, shit, he was just on our show. He can't do that.
No, there'd be zero reason for him to block you. Who do you think he is, Carly Lloyd?
I love this. From Chris Gary, Derek's a wig. He loved John Tyler. I love you, Chris, because you know history, brother. That's awesome. Who's Lawrence Dockery? He is a writer for World Soccer Talk. He is the guy who asked the offensive, apparently extremely offensive question to Gregg about whether or not his job was on the line in the last interview, BMR. And he will be, for now, until the end of time, barred by U.S. Soccer from ever asking a question again. The only reason, as he explained to us tonight, and what I presupposed before he came on, was he got to ask the question because guess what? Michael Cameraman doesn't get to run that show. Cannonball does. So as soon as Cannonball said, Lawrence Dockery, World Soccer Talk, Gregg was like, what? We should almost replay it. Because Gregg's like, Gregg's like, we're doing this?
Yeah.
We're going to let this dickhead ask this question? Because I know this dickhead's going to ask me a dickhead question. And yeah, it's what he did. Thanks to almost 620 of you watching right now. We appreciate it. Like at 12:34 Eastern time, this is fucking insane. Brett has a job. He needs to go work tomorrow. So we're going to cut this off at some point.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab the here. Is this it?
There's only 13 people watching, says Al Weinstein. That's not what it's telling us on the screen, buddy.
Okay.
It says 621 people are watching.
BMR also wanted to let you know that Napoleon was a midget.
I know he always got to bring that up, but it's not true. We all know it's not true. I've said it 1,000 times, but that is funny as shit. He says laughing out loud joke. Okay, I just like how what we only have 3 people on like YouTube watching and 624 people watching on Twitter. I mean, is that possible? All right, it is possible, I suppose. Anyhow,
yeah. So here's the question in hand that brought Lawrence to our
show.
Yes.
So Lawrence was the one who asked this question that Gregg hated.
Gregg, Lawrence Dockery, World Soccer Talk.
What's happening? What do we want to happen here?
That's exactly. It's just like
what are we gonna let this happen now?
He already knows. He already knows. He doesn't want Lawrence to ask a question. And Dockery lost his press badge and will receive my wife's sex tape with Batson. You know, I wish we had a sex tape with Batson, but I doubt that Batson has that much sex.
World Soccer Talk.
What's happening? What do we want to happen here?
I mean, seriously. And he told us on the show, Lawrence was on here. He told us, yeah, confirmed. He wasn't ever going to be allowed to ask a question by Michael Cameraman. The only reason he got to ask this question is because Cannonball was running the interview, not Michael Cameraman. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that's all you're going to do?
I mean, I can play the rest of it, yeah.
Prior to this Copa America, the U.S. had been to the Copa America 2 of the last 3 times they've been to the semifinals.
Look at his eyes.
It happens where you fail to get out of the group on home soil.
When we get out of here.
And should your job be on the line against Uruguay?
That's
now he's going to pretend that.
Understand the question. I think.
Yep. He's going to pretend that Lawrence's question was so out of nowhere and unreasonable and undecipherable that Lawrence Dockery is a moron.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I think what you mean to say is
Jesus.
Even we don't qualify for the next round, should my job be in the line? Yeah.
That's what he fucking asked you, dumbass.
Doug, there you go. I'll call on you.
There was at the end. Doug, there you are. I'll call on you.
Of course he's going to call on Doug. Doug's not going to, throw a shaft at him. But Doug did throw a shaft at him today before the game. And apparently I haven't been able to go watch it. But after the game, 3. I'm going to go find out.
Where do you watch these pressers at?
Who the 3 were. Well, I'm going to get to watch it. I just got to replay this game and then fast forward through the game. And
do they do the presser at the end of the game?
The post-game coverage.
Oh, no, that's cool. I didn't realize that.
So I'm going to do that.
I always rage quit, I guess, and stop watching.
I mean, it was on TV while we were closing out, and I couldn't listen to it because we had Lawrence on. And to be fair to Larry, isn't Larry? Isn't Lawrence is Larry, right?
This is another one. Lawrence is Larry. You're talking about like shortened names?
Yes.
But not the Larry in chat.
No.
Like Richard is Dick.
Right.
Yes.
Right. William is Bill.
Yeah. So Wicked Brew.
Jonathan is Jack.
J-Dog. Yeah.
John Kennedy is Jack. Okay. Wicked Brew.
This is an older one. This is an older one where he said 3 straight people have asked Gregg about his job.
Mm-hmm.
He also talked about when we were talking about Tannenwald. I think it was right. That's the other
Jonathan Tannenwald, who I'm friendly with. Yes,
I think Tannenwald was one of the. I think Wicked Bruce said that Tannenwald was one of the 3 people that asked him about that at the beginning.
That does not surprise me. I love Jonathan Tannenwald and always have.
So
I've loved him for not in a man crush way.
A little bit.
Shut up. But Tannenwald I mean, he doesn't suffer fools. Let's just put it that way. So he's not a bullshitter. He does his job. He's been fairly not innocuous. That's not the word I'm looking for. Been fairly, he asks, again, like Goff, who's been on our show, like Shredder, mostly technical about his questions, like who's going to start here, who's going to start there. Don't you think this guy should start here or whatever? Those questions are pretty harmless, but great to hear if that's true, that Tannenwald finally came out and said, your job, do you still have it tonight? And pretty much with Dempsey, my cousin, Carly Lloyd, she's not really my cousin, but she looks like she should be in my family because I have aunts that look exactly like her. And then, with Lawless all supposedly saying that Gregg's got to go. This is it. He's not the guy for the job. If that's true, and I'm going to have to go back and watch it, then he's got not only, media, written media hammering him. He's got mainstream television media hammering him. We'll have to, I'm sure the ESPN guys are going to tear him a new asshole.
Yep.
That being Seb and Herc and the rest of the guys on ESPN FC and surely Jimmy Conrad and everybody on Kicking It. And yeah, it's a disaster right now. Even though I'm going to be really fair here and tell you, Brett, it wasn't all his fault. Like, this tournament wasn't all his fault. There was some badass refereeing. There were some stupid red cards. It's not 100% Berhalter. It's like 70. But it's enough. It's enough. Enough is enough, Brett.
The issue is it may not necessarily be how the team started out in a match. The team was firing on all cylinders against Panama before the red card. But it's what comes after, his adjustments, how he plays. Like today's match, we needed goals, and Panama scores again, and Uruguay scores, and then what's his response is, well, we'll just sub people out and throw in strikers. Okay,
yeah. I
mean, I understand what you're trying to do there, but that's not going to work the way you think it's going to work.
It's desperation. I know people are. PMR says Derek is a Gregg apologist. No, I'm not. I've wanted Gregg to be gone for a long time. You guys all know that. But I have a deep sense of empathy. And I feel like if Gregg would have just gotten his ass kicked, and there were no other extenuating circumstances, it would have made me feel better about Gregg being fired, which he's not going to be. It just would have made me feel like, okay, Gregg had his shot and he blew it. And now I kind of feel like, well, Gregg had his shot, but other guys blew it, including a ref and a guy getting a red card. But it's still 75% Gregg's problem and his fault. Like, it's still his fault. And I'm not changing my opinion that Gregg needs to go. Gregg's needed to go after the World Cup. Gregg should have been gone after the World Cup. That should have been the end of Gregg. You said it. Yeah, I said it. We all said it.
But the issue is it's not just the Copa is the problem. I know you know this, and I know that's not the point you're trying to make and everything. You're saying it's one isolated issue, not necessarily his fault. The problem is that there are still things that you're looking at going, well, why did he go to a bunker so soon against Panama?
Yes.
Since we're going hand to hand against them.
We said it.
I mean,
yes.
we did again. I even mentioned it around the 60th minute in the Uruguay game that I was like, if we had beaten Panama, we'd be looking at the 0-0 tie in a completely different viewpoint. Be like, oh, this is a great result.
Yep.
But
unfortunately,
I know there are some things that were out of his control. But again, it's just some of the decisions that he makes that doesn't work. Having Gio play so far back, he's practically a center back at times.
I know.
Except for this last match, of course. But then he got so isolated out left. What's the fucking point?
Yeah,
He was better in the offense, of course, at this point, but still.
I guess my point is, Brett, this is my point of me saying the things that I just said, is that, and I just want to make this abundantly clear, I do not hate Gregg Berhalter. I do not think he is a pile of shit of a person. I don't really know him as a person. He seems to be a decent father. He seems to be now a decent husband. He seems to be a decent human being, maybe subdued, whatever you want to call it. But I just want to make it clear. My opinion of Gregg Berhalter should not be the coach of the U.S. men's national team ever. From the beginning, he should never have been the coach. It's not personal. I am not a hateful person. In fact, I think we should all generally try to love each other and be accepting of each other and have empathy for one another. That's my general worldview. Okay? I am critical of Gregg, and I am critical of other people. And I've been critical of our friends, and they've come on our show and we've had debates. That doesn't mean we hate them. It doesn't mean we dislike them. I mean, the amount of people that throw hate at Max Bretos, I think, is unfair. Max is a good guy. He's a decent man. He's a good person. I don't think you need to hate Max Bretos or throw hate at Max Bretos. You can disagree with him, as we do here on this show. But let's not get to hate. Let's not get to despise. Let's not get to puking or anything like that. Yeah. Okay. Does Gregg make me, watching some of the way we play, does it make me physically ill sometimes? Yes. But I don't think Gregg is inherently a horrible, horrible person. He might have been when he was 20, when he kicked his wife, but he's not that person anymore. And I just can't get wrap my head around the vitriol. That's all I'm saying. Like, none of us should feel that way. Like, you can't go to bed at night with that kind of rage in your head. At some point, you got to say, he's not the guy for the job, Gregg Berhalter. He's never been, actually, the guy for the job. Never been, ever been. But I'm not going to hate him. I'm not going to hate him. That's all I'm saying, Brett.
I'm going to hate watching it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can hate watching it. It's a good point by Chris Gary. I hate Berhalter as the manager, but I don't hate him. Perfect. That's perfect. I despise the fact that he's the manager. I think it was wrong from day one. I don't know why he got hired. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
It's called nepotism. But, you know.
He knows people in high places. Plus, the money was good for U.S. soccer. Meaning, it didn't cost him a whole hell of a lot.
I just think it's really good that we all keep our hearts clear. Clear and no real darkness in our hearts. You know, I think it's good to be passionate about the game and all that. I just want to make sure we keep our, like, okay, we make fun of Betty Crocker. We call him Betty Crocker. Do I know Betty Crocker? No. He might be a fine human being, a really good guy. JT Batson. Is it possible JT Batson's a good guy? It's possible. So, you know, I'm just not going to hold any hatred. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that's what we all need to do. Yet, stay super critical. We got to keep on U.S. soccer's ass. We got to hold them to account every day and night, and every game we watch. We need to hold them accountable. They want to call us haters, they could do it. But the greatest thing is, if none of us are actually haters and none of us have hate in our heart, it's going to be harder and harder for them to call us haters, because we aren't. We're critical thinkers. That's the difference. And we want the best for U.S. soccer going forward. And I want to thank everybody who watched this show tonight. Almost 700 of you at this point, which is great. It's great to have all of you here and watching this show. And we hope you enjoyed Lawrence Dockery I think Lawrence was great. That was great to have another journalist on her show willing to tell the truth. And he knows he's banned. He knows. I mean, I don't know if he knows it, right? I think he's like still thinking he's got a shot to ask a question at the next, U.S. soccer presser. I told him tonight he does not. It is over. His job is a bill. But then he said, well, I don't need access anyhow to cover U.S. soccer. And he's absolutely right. You don't need access to U.S. soccer because there are people behind the scenes who will tell you everything you need to know. You do not need access to the robots at U.S. soccer to cover U.S. soccer. There are plenty of people willing to tell you stuff behind the scenes. Plenty. All right.
BMR says, thought Lawrence was Adam at first. He does have he did talk about basketball for a little bit there too. So I thought it was funny that there were some correlations there.
He's a much smaller mammal than Adam. Trust me. Adam is like 6'5". I think
Tact is just 5 foot. Made him look huge.
No, he's a large mammal. Let's be honest.
I'm joking. Yeah.
Adam is a large guy. Like, you and I would have to team up to beat up Adam. There's no way we could do it on our own.
I watched Roadhouse. All you have to do is hit him and bust their knee up. Kick him in the knee, and the biggest guy will fall down, cry like a baby.
Kick him in his man marbles, and he's down. It's easy as that. Or the throat punch. All right. Anyhow, thanks for everybody that came out tonight. We love you. We'll be back on Thursday. And I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have to reassess everything we watched tonight and tell you where we are in U.S. soccer world. Where are we going with this team? Where is U.S. men's national team going to go from here?
Definitely won't be another 4-hour and 40-minute show. We'll put it that way. There's not that much to talk about.
No, if we do another 4-hour and 36-minute show, I might just quit.
No, Derek, you can't because everybody else is quitting, apparently. You've seen that. Tact and Peter both like, we got to reevaluate whether or not we're going to spend the time to do this, And then Adam's like, if Gregg doesn't get fired, then I may have to bow to this community for a little while. It's like everybody's going to be gone. It's like you guys aren't going to commit any form of change by being gone.
Well, it's not going to help our show that this tournament is over for us. That is for sure.
We got the Olympics. What are you talking about, Derek?
Olympics.
Hey, it's a tournament that we can have on and talk about.
I mean, we'll cover it.
Of course.
But it isn't even going to be our best U23s out there because a lot of the best teams aren't releasing the best U23s. So it will be a hodgepodge. I'll watch it.
Not even going to be the best U23s of the 23s we can get.
And it is a month from now, right?
Or
as Jacko says, it's like a moth from now. A moth. Yeah, nobody likes moths. Butterflies, beautiful. Moths, not so good. All right, we will, guys, we will see you on Thursday. Until then, I apologize for keeping you and your stepsister up all night. I know you got business to get to, with the lube and all that. But I do want to thank at the end our sponsor for the show.
I was going to bring that up too.
Yep. Dick's Mayonnaise. Dick's Mayonnaise. It's creamy, delicious, and full of protein. Until next time, good night.
That hurt.
And to me, it's nauseating. It's absolutely nauseating because
multiple mental health clinicians said that Derek